How the F did they build the pyramids in ancient Egypt? Before we begin, just a quick reminder. If you enjoy these long, calm, and boring history videos, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me keep making more of them. And remember, you don't need to watch every second. You can simply leave this video playing in the background while you're resting, while you're studying, or while you're trying to fall asleep. This is a space for calm, slow storytelling. No pressure, no rush, just history, stretched out, softened, and slowed down, until it becomes almost like a lullaby. So, get comfortable, close your eyes if you want, and let's drift slowly into tonight's story. It is a question that lingers, one that refuses to go away. People have been asking it for centuries. Philosophers asked it, scholars asked it, travelers asked it, and today, people continue to ask it on late-night television shows, in documentaries, in classrooms, and on the internet. The pyramids of Egypt stand there, massive, silent, unyielding, as if daring us to explain them. And yet, the truth is that the answer is not dramatic. The answer is not fast, and it is not glamorous. It is slow, repetitive, ordinary, and, if we are honest, a little bit boring. Tonight, that is exactly what we want, because boring history, when stretched out, repeated, and spoken softly, is the perfect companion for insomnia. The Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza is perhaps the most famous. Originally, it stood at about 146 meters, though today it has settled closer to 138. Each side of the base measures more than 230 meters, forming an almost perfect square. For more than 3,800 years, it was the tallest structure on Earth. But we are not here to marvel. We are here to slow down, to notice each part, each stone, each detail, until the mind grows heavy and the body begins to let go. The Great Pyramid alone contains an estimated 2.3 million blocks of stone. Each block weighs, on average, 2 to 3 tons. Some are smaller, and some are much larger, up to 15 tons for certain blocks, and more than 60 tons for the giant granite slabs in the king's chamber. Imagine the effort. Imagine the sound. Imagine not a single block, but millions, moved one after another, year after year, until the shape we see today slowly emerged from the sand. To many, this seems impossible. To others, it seems mysterious. But to the ancient Egyptians, it was a matter of labor, time, and organization. There were no hidden technologies, no alien interventions. There were people, tens of thousands of people, doing their jobs, following their orders, placing stone after stone. Nothing more, nothing less. If you stand before the pyramid today, and you tilt your head back, you see the slope rising higher and higher until it cuts into the sky. You notice that the angle is precise, the edges sharp, even after thousands of years of erosion. You notice that the sides align almost perfectly with the 4 cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The precision feels otherworldly, and yet it was achieved with simple tools, with ropes, plumb lines, sighting rods, and the slow, patient observation of the stars. Night after night, year after year, measurements were made, alignments were checked, and corrections were applied. Not magic, patience. The pyramids were tombs. They were not built simply to be big or to impress. They were meant to last forever, or at least to last long enough to secure the eternal life of the pharaoh. The body of the king, wrapped in linen, preserved in a sarcophagus, would rest in the chambers within. To the Egyptians, the pyramid was a bridge, a staircase, a pathway that connected the world of the living to the world of the gods. Each stone was more than a block. It was a step toward eternity. This religious purpose gave the project its meaning. Workers did not simply drag stone because they were ordered to. They believed, in some way, that their labor contributed to the divine. Each loaf of bread they earned, each jug of beer they received, was tied to something larger than themselves. Their sweat and their effort became part of a monument that would endure for ages. And so, the question how the C did they build the pyramids is answered not with secrets, but with repetitions, with details so ordinary that they become dull, with lists of rations, with endless measurements, with stones cut, dragged, and set, day after day, year after year, decade after decade. If you close your eyes now, you might picture the desert sun, hot and bright, casting long shadows. You might picture workers straining at ropes, sledges groaning under the weight of stone, the sound of copper tools striking limestone again and again, dull, metallic, rhythmic. You might picture the scribes writing notes on papyrus, recording numbers, calculating rations, checking attendance. You might picture bread ovens glowing, beer vats bubbling, smoke rising gently into the air. It is not a story of miracles. It is not a story of speed. It is a story of order, a story of patience, a story of millions of small, repeated actions. And when we stretch those actions out, when we speak of them slowly, when we let the details repeat and repeat again, the story becomes less like a mystery and more like a lullaby. And that is what this series will be. A lullaby made from stone, from sand, from time, and from the calm, steady rhythm of boring history. To understand the pyramids, we must begin with their material reality. Not with legends, not with speculation, but with stone. Stone was the flesh of the pyramid, its bones, its weight, its presence. Without stone, there would be no pyramid. And the scale of that stone is both simple to describe and difficult to comprehend. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, the most famous of them all, was built with an estimated 2.3 million blocks of stone. Each block was carved, hauled, and placed by hand. The average block weighed around 2.5 tons. Some were smaller, around 1 ton. Others were far larger, reaching 15 tons, or even 60 tons in the case of the granite slabs used for internal chambers. Numbers like these can blur the mind. To imagine a block weighing 2 tons is to imagine something heavier than a modern car. To imagine millions of them is to imagine the repetition of that weight over and over again across decades. The scale is not simply large, It is relentless. The base of the Great Pyramid covers over 13 acres. Each side stretches more than 230 meters. If you were to walk along the base at a calm, even pace, it would take several minutes to reach the next corner. You would feel the sun on your back, the sand under your feet, and the immensity of the structure rising silently above you. Step by step, corner by corner, the foundation alone impresses itself upon your imagination. But the height is no less striking. Originally, the pyramid stood at 146 meters. Today, after erosion and the loss of its outer casing, it is closer to 138. Imagine standing at the base and tilting your head back until your neck aches, just to see the tip. Imagine the shadow cast across the desert floor, stretching longer as the sun begins to set. The structure dominates the horizon, not because it is mysterious, but because it is large. And yet, this immensity is built from repetition. A single block placed on another block, and then another. 2 million times. Each stone, on its own, is heavy, but comprehensible. Together, they become incomprehensible, not because of mystery, but because of the patience required. The placement of the stones was steady, calculated, rhythmic. Archaeologists estimate that, at peak efficiency, workers set in place about 300 to 400 blocks per day. That number sounds large, but when spread across tens of thousands of men, it is a manageable pace. 1 block every 2 or 3 minutes. A block hauled, a block adjusted, a block released into its permanent position. The rhythm repeated again and again, until days turned into months, and months into years. The stone itself came in different types. The core blocks, rougher and less refined, were cut from quarries close to the pyramid site. The outer casing stones, once smooth and gleaming white in the sun, were made of fine limestone transported from across the Nile. The granite, heavy and resistant, came from quarries at Aswan, more than 800 kilometers to the south. Each type of stone had its role. Each type of stone had its path to follow. Imagine, then, the journey of a single block. It begins in the quarry, cut by men with copper chisels, wooden mallets, and pounding stones. Dust rises, chips fall, and slowly the rough outline of a block takes shape. Then it is levered onto a sledge, dragged by ropes, and moved across sand or onto a boat. If by boat, it floats down the Nile, guided by poles and sails, until it reaches the construction site. From there, it is dragged again, perhaps up a ramp, until it reaches its place on the pyramid. Hours or days of effort for a single block. And then the process repeats for the next, and the next, and the next. This is the scale of the stone, not a mystery, not magic, just effort, multiplied until it becomes something that seems impossible. Each block, by itself, is only heavy, but together the blocks form something vast, enduring, and strangely soothing. If you close your eyes now, you can picture it. The sun rising over the desert, a line of men pulling ropes, their voices chanting in rhythm, the squeak of the wooden sledge, the crunch of sand pressed under weight, the block moving slowly. 1 meter at a time. And in the distance, the pyramid growing, not quickly, but steadily, with each day's labor. The miracle is not that the pyramid exists. The miracle is that human beings repeated the same small task millions of times. The miracle is patience. The miracle is persistence. And in that persistence, there is a rhythm that can lull us, a rhythm that mirrors the gentle repetition of breath, the slow passage of thought into sleep. For many centuries, the popular image of the pyramid builders was one of slaves, beaten with whips, chained under the sun, forced to labor until they collapsed. This image was repeated in old stories, in films, and even in some early books. But the truth, discovered through archaeology, is slower, calmer, and far more ordinary. The pyramids were not built by slaves in chains. They were built by workers, ordinary people organized into groups, fed with rations, and supported by an enormous system of supply. The workers were not nameless masses, but citizens of Egypt called upon to serve the state, and in many ways to serve their gods. Evidence for this comes from the discovery of workers' villages near the Giza Plateau. Archaeologists uncovered rows of mud brick houses laid out with surprising order. These were not temporary camps. They were permanent settlements, built to house thousands of laborers. Within them, excavators found the remains of bread ovens, beer vats, and storage jars. They also found cemeteries, where workers who died during the project were respectfully buried, sometimes with grave goods to accompany them. This is not the treatment of slaves. It is the treatment of valued members of society. The workforce was large, but also carefully divided. Some men were skilled specialists. These included stonecutters, masons, and carpenters. Others were general laborers, drafted from farming communities. The Nile's annual flood meant that fields were submerged for part of the year. During this season, many farmers could not work their land. Instead, they served on the pyramid crews, earning rations of food and drink, and contributing to a project that symbolized national pride and religious devotion. The workers were divided into teams. Graffiti left behind on the blocks gives us glimpses of their identities. Teams carved their names, much like construction crews today might leave signatures on scaffolding or steel beams. One team was called the Friends of Khufu. Another called themselves the Drunkards of Menkaure. These small details bring the workers to life, reminding us that they were not faceless laborers, but men with humor, camaraderie, and spirit. Supervision was essential. Each team had a foreman. Above the foreman were scribes, whose job was to record attendance, rations, and progress. These scribes kept lists. How many men worked that day? How many loaves of bread were distributed? How much beer was consumed? Without scribes, there would have been confusion. With scribes, there was order, and order was the foundation on which the pyramid itself rested. Payment came not in coins, because coins did not yet exist in Egypt, but in food. A worker might receive 4 or 5 loaves of bread each day, along with jugs of beer. Onions, garlic, and dried fish supplemented the diet. For us, this may sound meager, but for the workers, It was both fuel and reward. Higher-ranking craftsmen and overseers might receive more generous rations, sometimes including meat. In this way, the pyramid site became not only a construction project, but also a vast economy of food production and distribution. Imagine the rhythm of daily life for a worker. At dawn, he would rise from his mud brick home, eat bread, drink beer, and join his team. Under the supervision of his foreman, he would haul ropes, drag sledges, or cut stone. The sun would climb higher, the heat pressing down, but the work would continue. At midday, he might pause for rations, then return to his labor. In the evening, he would rest, eat again, and sleep, only to repeat the cycle the next day. Multiply this routine by thousands of men and by decades of time, and the pyramid begins to take shape, not quickly, not dramatically, but steadily, like sand collecting in a jar, grain by grain. And yet, even in this monotony, there was pride. For the workers, to serve on the pyramid project was to participate in something sacred. They were building the eternal house of their king, a tomb that connected the pharaoh to the gods. Their labor was not meaningless. It was a bridge to eternity. So, when we ask who built the pyramids, the answer is simple. Not slaves, not aliens, not supernatural beings. The pyramids were built by Egyptians, farmers, craftsmen, laborers, ordinary men who gave their time, their energy, and their strength to a project larger than themselves. They were supported by bakers, brewers, scribes, and overseers, pulled together. This community created a monument that endures to this day. And the story is not one of excitement, but of repetition. Day after day, the same work, loaves of bread counted, jugs of beer measured, stones dragged, lifted, and set, over and over, until the desert itself seemed to hum with the rhythm of labor. It is in this rhythm, slow and steady, that we find not mystery, but calm. Pay calm that allows us to drift, block by block, breath by breath, into the quiet of sleep. The pyramids were not built with machines. They were not built with engines, or with steel cranes, or with laser-cutting devices. They were built with tools that were simple, tools that were ordinary, tools that would not look out of place in the hands of farmers or carpenters. And yet, in their simplicity, these tools became the instruments of one of the greatest building projects in human history. The workers had copper chisels. Copper is soft compared to the hard stone of limestone and granite. This meant that chisels wore down quickly. After only a short time of cutting, the edge would dull, and the chisel would need to be hammered back into shape. This was done again and again. Archaeologists have found evidence of workshops near the pyramid sites, where metalworkers spent their days reshaping and sharpening copper tools. Imagine the repetition. Strike the stone, dull the chisel, return to the workshop, hammer it sharp again, and then return to strike once more. Day after day, the cycle continued. Mallets of wood were used to drive the chisels. Wooden levers were used to pry blocks loose from the quarries. Stone pounders, made of harder rock, were used to break away larger pieces of limestone. These were not glamorous instruments. They were simple and they were many. A single tool was not enough. Thousands of tools were required, and each one wore out, broke, or was lost. So, the workshops made more. The supply of tools was as important as the supply of bread. Once a block was cut, it had to be moved. For this, the workers relied on sledges' wooden frames onto which the block was placed. The sledge was pulled with ropes, dragged across sand or mud. But dragging stone across sand is not easy. The friction is immense. The Egyptians discovered that if they poured water onto the sand in front of the sledge, the grains compacted, reducing resistance. This simple trick made it possible to move stones that would otherwise have been impossible. Not magic, not mystery, just water on sand. Ropes themselves were critical. They were made of papyrus or palm fiber, twisted together into thick cords. These ropes bound the blocks, secured them to sledges, and were pulled by teams of men. But ropes fray. Ropes snap. Ropes must be replaced. The rope makers worked constantly, twisting fiber, repairing cords, supplying the endless demand. Without ropes, nothing could be hauled. With ropes, even the heaviest block could inch its way forward. Measuring tools were equally simple. The builders used knotted ropes to measure distance. They used plumb bobs to check vertical alignment. They used leveling instruments to ensure the base was flat. For orientation, they looked to the stars. Night after night, Egyptian astronomers observed the movement of the heavens, marking the rising and setting of particular stars. With patience, they aligned the pyramid almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. No lasers, no satellites, only ropes, weights, and careful eyes watching the sky. And then there were the ramps. The exact shape of the ramps used is still debated, but it is clear that ramps were essential. Whether straight, zigzagging, or spiraling, ramps allowed the blocks to be dragged higher and higher as the pyramid grew. Building a ramp required as much effort as moving the stones. Men hauled earth, laid mud brick, and spread rubble to create surfaces strong enough to bear the weight of sledges. As the pyramid rose, the ramps rose to an. When the work was done, the ramps were dismantled, leaving behind only the finished monument. Each tool, each ramp, each rope seems unimpressive on its own. But together, repeated in the hands of thousands of workers, they became instruments of permanence. The pyramids are not monuments to technology. They are monuments to persistence. A copper chisel, dull after a day's use, is unremarkable. But 1,000 chisels, sharpened again and again, can carve millions of stones. A single rope may snap under strain, but countless ropes, repaired and replaced, can haul blocks the size of houses. If you listen closely in your imagination, you can almost hear the sounds of the tools. The ringing strike of a hammer on copper, the rasping scrape of chisel against limestone, the rhythmic grunt of men pulling ropes in unison, the creak of a wooden sledge moving inch by inch across dampened sand, the crack of a rope under strain, and the quick replacement by another. These sounds, repeated endlessly, became the music of construction, a slow, heavy music that played for decades. The miracle of the pyramids is not in advanced technology. It is in the humble repetition of simple tools applied without rest. The chisel, the hammer, the rope, the sledge, the ramp, the star, the plumb line. Ordinary things used in extraordinary numbers for an extraordinary length of time. And so, the pyramids remind us of this simple truth. Greatness is built not from mystery, but from monotony, from small actions repeated patiently until they shape something larger than life. Just as your breath repeats, slow and steady, as you drift deeper into rest, so too did the tools repeat their work, stone after stone, until the desert itself was transformed. The pyramids are Egyptian. They were built by Egyptians, for Egyptian kings, on Egyptian soil. And yet, over time, they have come to belong to more than one nation. They have entered the imagination of the entire world. They are both local and global, national and universal. They are heritage not only of Egypt, but of humanity itself. When UNESCO declared the Pyramids of Giza a World Heritage Site in 1979, it confirmed what many already felt. These monuments are treasures for all. They represent not only the genius of one civilization, but the capacity of humanity to dream, to build, to endure. They are touchstones for memory, for identity, for continuity. Every child in every corner of the world learns of the pyramids. They appear in school books, in documentaries, in museums, in stories told at bedtime. Their shape is simple, yet unforgettable. A triangle rising against the horizon. A form both geometric and natural, both simple and eternal. Even for those who never travel to Egypt, the pyramids are familiar. They live in the collective imagination. Travelers confirm this universality. People come from every nation, every language, every culture. To stand at Giza, they come as pilgrims, as tourists, as students, as seekers. Some come once, some come again and again. Each carries away the same memory, of stone rising into the sky, of silence that seems endless, of presence that feels eternal. The pyramid becomes a common experience, shared across borders. The pyramids also unify time. They connect past with present, antiquity with modernity, ancestors with descendants. To stand before them is to feel time collapse, to feel 4,000 years compressed into a single moment. Kings long gone feel near. Workers long forgotten feel close. The desert feels eternal. The sky feels unchanged. The pyramid is bridge as much as monument. Imagine, for a moment, a family at Giza, parents and children, speaking in their own language, perhaps traveling from far away. The children run ahead, laughing, climbing onto the lower stones. The parents call out, smiling, taking photographs. Behind them, another family, speaking a different language, does the same. Dozens of families from dozens of nations all share the same experience. The pyramid absorbs it all, silent, steady, eternal. This universality also inspires responsibility. If the pyramids belong to humanity, then humanity must protect them. Not only Egypt, but the world. International teams, universities, organizations, and governments join in this work. The pyramids are more than symbols. They are obligations. Their heritage is fragile, that even stone can be lost without care. Writers and philosophers see in the pyramids a reminder of human unity. We are divided by borders, by languages, by cultures, but we are united in awe before the pyramids. They remind us that our differences are recent, our divisions temporary, our humanity shared. All of us stand beneath the same sun. All of us look upward at the same stone. All of us feel the same silence. The pyramids as universal heritage also invite reflection on mortality. They outlast us all. Generations come, generations go, but the pyramids remain. To know that something has stood for 45 centuries is to know that our own lives are brief, fragile, fleeting. Yet that knowledge does not bring despair. It brings perspective. It reminds us that we are part of something larger, something continuous, something eternal. And yet, for all this, the pyramids remain what they have always been. Stone upon stone, block upon block, weight upon weight. They do not speak of universality. They do not claim ownership. They simply endure. Their silence allows us to imagine them as Egyptian, as human, as universal. Their silence allows them to be all things, to all people, across all time. If you close your eyes, you can hear the rhythm of this universality. Children laughing, parents calling, guides explaining, scholars debating, dozens of languages mixing in the desert air, and beneath it all, the steady silence of the pyramids. A silence that unites, a silence that calms. A silence that carries us gently toward rest, toward stillness, toward sleep. The pyramids are not only monuments of stone, they are also monuments of the imagination. For centuries, artists, writers, and musicians have looked to Giza for inspiration. The simple shape, the silent presence, the eternal endurance, these qualities have been transformed into paintings, poems, songs, and stories. The pyramids stand in the desert, but they also stand in culture, repeated endlessly in creative forms. Painters have long been drawn to them. In the Renaissance, artists sketched pyramids in the background of biblical scenes, imagining them as part of sacred history. In the 19th century, travelers painted them in watercolors, soft light falling across desert sand, camels passing in the foreground. In the modern age, they appear in surrealist canvases, floating in strange skies, symbols of mystery and dream. The pyramid's form is simple, but in the artist's hand it becomes infinite. Writers, too, have taken the pyramids as subject. Poets describe their silence, their endurance, their immovability. Novelists set stories at their base, romances, adventures, mysteries. Historians use them as symbols of ambition, philosophers as metaphors for eternity. From ancient Greek texts to contemporary novels, the pyramid repeats, always the same, always different. In literature for children, the pyramids often appear as places of wonder, treasure hidden inside, secret passages winding through stone. heroes discovering lost chambers. In literature for adults, they become more symbolic, representing power, mortality, or timelessness. In both, they capture the imagination, holding the reader as firmly as they hold the desert horizon. Music, too, has echoed their presence. Composers have written operas and symphonies inspired by Egypt, with the pyramids as backdrop. Modern musicians reference them in songs, seeing them as symbols of strength, of mystery, of endurance. Their triangular shape, their steady rhythm, their immovable silent soul invite comparison to music itself, structure, repetition, harmony. Film has perhaps made the pyramids most visible. They appear in documentaries, carefully measured and explained. They appear in historical dramas as settings for kings and queens. They appear in adventure films, filled with secret chambers and hidden treasures. They appear in science fiction, reimagined as alien artifacts or cosmic gateways. On screen, they are endlessly reinterpreted, always familiar, always strange. Imagine a painter in the 19th century. He sits on a folding chair in the desert, brush in hand, canvas on his lap. Before him, the Great Pyramid rises, its edges softened by sand and light. He dips his brush, strokes the canvas slowly, layer by layer. The pyramid takes shape not in stone, but in color. He captures not the monument itself, but the feeling it gives, the silence it holds. Imagine a poet sitting at a desk far from Egypt. She writes of the pyramids she has never seen, imagining their presence, their stillness. Her lines describe eternity, endurance, time stretched beyond measure. The pyramid lives in her words, though it is half a world away. The pyramids inspire because they are both simple and vast. Their form is basic triangles rising to a point, but their meaning is endless. Each artist, each writer, each musician sees something different. For one, they are symbols of power. For another, symbols of silence. For another, symbols of eternity. The pyramid accepts all meanings, all visions, all interpretations. In modern creativity, the pyramid often serves as metaphor. Companies use its image in logos, suggesting strength and stability. Writers use it to describe structures of society or knowledge. Musicians use it to symbolize harmony and rhythm. Its form is borrowed, adapted, repeated. The pyramid is not only in the desert, it is everywhere, in galleries, in books, in songs, in dreams. And yet, for all this creativity, the pyramids themselves remain unchanged. They do not move for painters. They do not sing for musicians. They do not speak for poets. They remain silent, steady, eternal. The creativity belongs to us. The silence belongs to them. If you close your eyes, you can feel this rhythm, the brush on canvas, the pen on paper, the bow on strings, the camera's lens clicking. All echo the pyramid's form. All repeat its presence. And beneath them all, the pyramid remains silent and calm, inviting us to imagine, to create, to rest. The pyramids are ancient, but they continue to inspire the modern world. Their form, their precision, their endurance have become lessons not only for historians, but also for scientists, engineers, and thinkers. They are monuments of stone, but also monuments of knowledge about planning, about organization, about persistence. Architects study them for their form. A pyramid is stable. Its wide base supports its height. Its weight presses inward, not outward, preventing collapse. In this, it is one of the most efficient shapes in nature. Modern architects, designing towers, stadiums, and bridges, often look back to the pyramid for inspiration. They see in it not only beauty, but structure form following function, simplicity leading to strength. Engineers study their construction. Millions of stones, each cut, shaped, and set. No cranes, no steel, no machines, only tools of copper, ropes of plant fiber, sledges of wood, and the strength of human hands. The organization required is staggering. Modern engineers calculate the logistics. How many workers, how much food, how much stone each day. They see in the pyramids not only a monument to kings, but a monument to planning, to supply chains, to management on a vast scale. Scientists, too, take inspiration. The alignment of the pyramids with the cardinal directions shows astronomical knowledge. Their proportions show mathematical awareness. Their endurance shows geological understanding, choosing stone that lasts, foundations that hold, locations that endure. In every block lies not only labor, but thought. The pyramids have also inspired management theory. Scholars describe them as examples of how large projects can be organized. Thousands of workers divided into teams, supervised by overseers, supplied by villagers, directed by scribes. Each role was small, but together they achieved greatness. Modern companies, governments, and organizations sometimes use the pyramid as a metaphor for structure wide at the base, narrow at the top, each layer supporting the next. Imagine a modern engineer visiting Giza. He walks along the base, notebook in hand. He looks at the angle of the sides, calculates the slope, estimates the volume. He compares it to modern projects' bridges of steel, towers of glass. He shakes his head, impressed. With fewer tools, the ancient builders achieved something modern machines would still find difficult. He writes in his notes, patience, organization, endurance. Even modern science fiction draws inspiration. Writers imagine pyramids on other planets, built by future civilizations or by ancient ones far away. They imagine pyramids as power plants, as machines, as signals to the stars. The shape, so simple, invites endless speculation. It suggests order, permanence, universality. Innovation also comes from preservation. Scientists use new technologies, muons, drones, to study the pyramids. Each tool invented today is applied to something invented thousands of years ago. The dialogue between past and present is constant. Modern innovation serves ancient stone. An ancient stone inspires modern innovation. The pyramids also remind us of the importance of patience. In a world that seeks speed, they show the power of slowness. Stone by stone, Day by day, year by year, they were built. No rush, no shortcuts, only repetition. Modern science often advances the same way, not in sudden leaps, but in small steps, experiments repeated, results tested, knowledge accumulated. The rhythm of the pyramids is the rhythm of science itself. And yet, for all these connections, the pyramids remain silent. They do not explain how they were built. They do not teach directly. They simply stand, examples waiting to be read. The lessons come not from their voices, but from our gaze. We look, we think, we learn. They endure, steady and calm. If you close your eyes, you can hear the rhythm of innovation. The click of keyboards, the hum of machines, the scratch of pens on paper. All echo the rhythm of chisels on stone, of sledges on sand, of ropes pulled tight. The past and the present merge. The pyramid inspires. The pyramid endures. The pyramid remains. And in that endurance, in that inspiration, we to find calm. Calm that comes from knowing that human creativity is old, older than memory. Calm that reminds us that what we build today is part of a longer story. Calm that carries us, steady and slow, into silence, into stillness, into sleep. The pyramids are monuments of the past. They were built more than 45 centuries ago, and yet, when we look at them, we do not see only history. We also see the future. We wonder what will remain of us, what will endure, what will carry our memory forward. The pyramids stand as symbols not only of what has been, but of what may come. For some, the pyramids are reminders of continuity. Civilizations rise, civilizations fall, but stone endures. Languages change, religions shift, governments collapse, but the pyramids remain. They show that something of us can last if we build with patience, with intention, with permanence in mind. They inspire us to think not only of today, but of tomorrow, and of centuries beyond tomorrow. Others see them as symbols of legacy. The pharaohs are gone, their names remembered, but their bodies dust. Yet their monuments remain. They remind us that what we leave behind may outlast us, and that our actions ripple across time. Modern societies ask, what will we leave? Buildings, books, machines, digital records. Which of these will endure as the pyramids have endured? Scientists also see the pyramids as time capsules. They imagine future generations, perhaps thousands of years from now, studying our monuments as we study Egypt's. What will they think of us? What will they understand? And what will they misinterpret? The pyramids remind us that history is always partial, always reconstructed, always filtered through silence. Philosophers reflect on the pyramid as a message to eternity. To build something so vast, so enduring, is to declare, we were here, we mattered, we endure. It is an act of defiance against time, against decay, against forgetting. In this, the pyramids are not only tombs, they are voices, speaking across millennia. They ask us to consider what voices we will send forward. Imagine a traveler of the future, centuries from now, long after our cities have changed, long after our technology has faded. He walks across the desert. He sees the Great Pyramid still rising above the sand, its edges softened, its summit broken, but still immense. He touches the stone, feels its rough surface, wonders who built it, why, and how, just as we do today. The pyramid endures. The questions endure. The silence endures. The pyramids also inspire visions of humanity's destiny. If we travel to other planets, will we build monuments there? Will we raise pyramids on Mars, on the Moon, in distant worlds? Will we carry the same desire to endure, the same impulse to leave a mark? The pyramid is not only Egyptian, it is human. It is the shape of our longing for eternity. Writers of science fiction often imagine this. Pyramids on alien worlds. Pyramids built by future civilizations. Pyramids as signals across galaxies. The idea repeats because it resonates. The form is simple, but it carries weight. It connects Earth with sky, time with eternity, humans with cosmos. The future of the pyramids themselves is uncertain. Conservationists work to protect them, but erosion, pollution, and time continue. Yet even if they were to fade, their image would remain. In books, in films, in photographs, in memory, the pyramid endures beyond stone. It is more than blocks. It is symbol, and symbols do not die. If you close your eyes, you can imagine the rhythm of the future. Generations passing, centuries unfolding, civilizations rising and falling. Through it all, the pyramid remains steady, silent. It watches, but does not change. It endures, but does not speak. It waits, calm and eternal. The pyramids teach us that the future is built slowly, not in sudden leaps, but in steady repetition, block by block, step by step, moment by moment. What we leave behind will depend not on miracles, but on patience, just as it did for the builders of Giza. And so, as we look to the pyramids, we look to ourselves. We ask, what will endure of us? What will carry our story forward? What silence will we leave behind? The pyramids do not answer. They simply stand, reminding us that endurance is possible, that continuity is real, that eternity can be touched in stone. And in that reminder, there is calm. Calm that stretches beyond past and future. Calm that carries us into stillness. Calm that leads gently, steadily, into sleep. For all that we know about the pyramids, many questions remain. Archaeologists have studied them for centuries. Scientists have scanned them with lasers, drones, and muons. Historians have read inscriptions, calculated dimensions, compared records, and yet the pyramids remain mysterious. They are monuments of knowledge, but also monuments of silence. One of the greatest mysteries is construction. We know that the pyramids were built by workers, organized into teams, supplied with food and tools. We know they used sledges, ropes, and ramps. We know that blocks were quarried nearby and hauled across the sand. But the exact methods remain debated. Were the ramps straight, rising against the pyramid's face? Were they spiral, winding around its sides? Were they internal, hidden within the structure itself. Each theory has evidence. Each theory has critics. The stones keep their secret. Another mystery is the hidden chambers. In recent years, muon detection has revealed voids inside the Great Pyramid, spaces never before mapped. Are they construction gaps left by builders to lighten the load? Are they symbolic part of a design we do not understand? Are they hidden chambers, perhaps never meant to be entered? We do not know. The pyramid holds its silence. The purpose of the pyramids themselves is also debated. Most scholars agree they were tombs for kings, but no complete mummy has been found inside them. Some argue that bodies were looted in antiquity. Others suggest that the pyramids were more symbolic than practical, not resting places, but monuments to eternity itself. Perhaps they were both. Perhaps they were more. The question remains open. The symbolism is another mystery. The pyramid's shape-wide base, narrow summit seems simple, yet it carries meaning. Some see in it the rays of the sun descending to earth. Others see in it a ladder for the king's soul, rising toward the heavens. Others see in it a mountain, a link between earth and sky. The truth may be all of these, or none. The pyramid does not explain itself. Imagine an archaeologist standing at the base, notebook in hand. He writes measurements, records, details, sketches, shapes. He thinks of ramps, of ropes, of tools. He thinks of chambers, of voids, of passages still hidden. He thinks of symbols, of meanings, of truths long forgotten. And then he looks up, and the pyramid rises above him, silent, unmoved, unanswering. Mysteries also surround the workers. Excavations show villages, bakeries, and cemeteries. We know they were organized, fed, cared for. But how were they recruited? Were they farmers working during the flood season? Were they permanent crews? Were they volunteers? Or were they conscripted? The evidence is partial. The truth remains uncertain. Even the casing stones are mysterious. Once, the pyramids shone white, covered in polished limestone. They reflected the sun, gleaming across the desert. But most of the casing has been stripped, used for other buildings. Only a few stones remain near the summit of Khufu's pyramid. How bright were they? How dazzling did they look? Did travelers see them from miles away, glowing like mountains of light? We can only imagine. Some mysteries may never be solved. The builders are gone. Their tools are broken. Their voices are silent. The pyramids endure, but their secrets remain within. Archaeologists uncover pieces, but not the whole. Scientists detect voids, but not their meaning. Historians read texts, but not complete ones. The pyramid keeps enough hidden to remain mysterious. And yet, perhaps, this is the greatest lesson. The pyramid is not only about answers, it is also about questions. Its silence invites curiosity, imagination, wonder. Its endurance allows us to keep asking, generation after generation. The mystery itself is part of its meaning. If you close your eyes, you can feel this rhythm. Questions rising, answers partial, silence deeper. How were they built? Why were they built? what lies inside. The questions echo, repeat, linger, and beneath them all is the steady silence of stone. A silence that does not answer, but calms. A silence that carries us, slowly, gently, into rest. The pyramids rise from the desert, heavy and solid, built of stone. And yet they are also connected to the sky. Their builders looked upward, beyond the earth, beyond the Nile, beyond the horizon. The pyramids are monuments of stone, but also monuments of stars. Their alignments, their shafts, their positions invite questions that are still asked today. The first mystery lies in orientation. The Great Pyramid of Khufu is aligned with the cardinal directions, south, east, west, with extraordinary precision. Its sides deviate from true north by only a fraction of a degree. How did ancient builders achieve such accuracy, with no compasses, no satellites, no modern instruments? Scholars suggest that they observed the stars, tracking their movements across the night sky. Some think they used the rising and setting of certain stars to find true north. Others believe they watched the pole star. The method is debated. The result remains impressive. Another mystery lies in the shafts of the Great Pyramid. Narrow passageways, too small for people to pass through, extend from the king's chamber and the queen's chamber. For years, they were thought to be for ventilation, but their angles suggest otherwise. Scholars have proposed that they align with specific stars. One shaft points toward Orion's belt, associated with Osiris, god of the afterlife. Another points toward Sirius, connected with the goddess Isis. Others align with stars in the northern sky, linked to eternity. Were these shafts symbolic pathways for the king's soul, guiding him toward the heavens? The debate continues. The pyramids of Khufu, Khefer, and Menkaure also form a pattern. From above, they appear offset, not in a straight line, but slightly shifted. Some scholars suggest this mirrors the 3 stars of Orion's belt. If true, the pyramids would not only rise from Earth, but also reflect the heavens. The desert would become a mirror of the night sky, the king's tomb a cosmic image. Critics argue that the alignment is imperfect, that the resemblance is coincidence. Supporters insist the symbolism is intentional. The pyramid does not confirm. The pyramid does not deny. Imagine the builders watching the night sky. The desert is silent. The air is cool. Stars burn bright, unclouded by modern lights. They trace the constellations, mark their rising, their setting. They align ropes and stakes, not with guesswork, but with patience. Slowly, carefully, they set the foundation stones. Slowly, carefully, they raise the pyramid to meet the sky. The connection between pyramid and cosmos raises larger questions. Were the pyramids calendars, marking solstices and equinoxes? Were they observatories, designed for priests to watch the heavens? Or were they purely symbolic, connecting the king with eternity? Each theory has supporters. None has final proof. The pyramids remain silent. Some modern writers go further. They suggest that the pyramids encode advanced astronomical knowledge, that their dimensions reflect the Earth's size, the year's length, even the distance to the sun. mainstream scholars are cautious, noting that such claims often rely on selective measurements. Yet the fascination endures. The pyramids, immovable and mute, invite speculation about cosmic secrets hidden in stone. The spiritual meaning is also debated. For the ancient Egyptians, the afterlife was not separate from the sky. The soul of the king was thought to rise to the stars, to join the gods, to live among the imperishable lights that never set. The pyramid may have been a ladder, a stairway of stone leading upward. Its shape, rising from earth to point, may symbolize that ascent. The shafts, the alignments, the orientations all may have guided the king's spirit toward the eternal heavens. And yet, for all the speculation, the pyramids themselves remain unchanged. They do not explain their alignments. They do not reveal their meanings. They point to the stars, but they remain stone. Their silence allows us to imagine, to debate, to dream. If you close your eyes, you can picture the scene. The Great Pyramid rising in the desert, the night sky stretched above, stars shining bright, the shafts pointing upward, invisible paths of light, the monument below, the heavens above, earth and sky joined in silence, a silence that invites wonder, that invites rest, that invites sleep. The pyramids are usually described as tombs, vast, monumental, eternal tombs for kings who wish to live forever. And yet, for centuries, people have wondered, were they more? Were they temples, machines, libraries? Were they designed not only for death, but for life, for knowledge, for something we have not yet understood? The questions remain, lingering in the silence of stone. One theory suggests that the pyramids were temples of initiation. In this view, the narrow passages, the dark chambers, the slow descent and ascent were not only for burial, but for ritual. Priests or initiates may have walked these paths in darkness, tested in silence, emerging into chambers filled with light. The pyramid would then be not only a tomb, but a place of transformation, of body, of soul, of spirit. Others imagine the pyramids as machines. In the 19th and 20th centuries, writers speculated that they were power plants, collecting and focusing energy from the earth or the sun. Some claimed that water beneath the pyramid could have created pressure, generating force. Others suggested that the very shape of the pyramid channeled cosmic energy. No evidence supports these claims, yet they endure, repeated in books, in films, in imagination. Another idea is that the pyramids were libraries of knowledge. Some believe that hidden chambers still hold scrolls, records, or wisdom from a lost civilization. They call this the Hall of Records, a legendary archive said to contain the secrets of humanity's origin, its past, its future. Archaeologists have found no such hall, no such scrolls, but the idea persists, carried by the silence of the stones. Some scholars focus on symbolism. They see the pyramid as a model of the cosmos. The base represents the earth. The point represents the heavens. The four sides represent the cardinal directions, uniting space and order. To build a pyramid was to place the universe in stone, to anchor eternity in earth. The king, buried within, would then rise through this cosmic structure, joining the gods in heaven. Imagine walking into the Great Pyramid at night. The air is heavy. The walls are close. The passage rises, steep and narrow. You climb slowly, torch in hand. The flame flickers, shadows stretch. At last you reach the chamber. It is silent, empty, immense. In that silence you wonder, is this a tomb? Is this a temple? Is this a machine? The stone gives no answer. It absorbs your question, as it has absorbed countless others. Modern seekers often bring their own interpretations. Some meditate inside the pyramid, believing its shape focuses spiritual energy. Others claim to feel vibrations, currents, flows of unseen power. Still others believe the pyramid preserves, protects, enhances. Science finds no evidence, but the experiences are real to those who feel them. The pyramid accepts every belief, every interpretation, without reply. Even within Egyptology, symbolism is debated. Was the pyramid meant primarily as a tomb, or as a monument of cosmic order? Was it meant to preserve the king's body, or to elevate his soul? Was its size meant to intimidate subjects, or to honor gods? Perhaps all are true. Perhaps none are complete. The meaning may be layered, complex, beyond any single explanation. The mystery of hidden function reminds us that the pyramids are not only material, they are also conceptual. They are stone, but they are also ideas. They are blocks, but they are also symbols. They hold silence, but they also hold meaning. Meanings we may not fully recover. And yet, through all this speculation, the pyramids remain what they are. Stone upon stone, weight upon weight. They do not glow with energy. They do not hum with secrets. They do not open to reveal hidden libraries. They stand silent, immovable, eternal. Their power lies not in hidden functions, but in their silence itself. If you close your eyes, you can feel this silence. The silence of questions unanswered. The silence of meanings unconfirmed. The silence of stone that endures while theories rise and fall. And in that silence there is calm. Calm that quiets the mind, slows the breath, carries us gently towards sleep. For all the science, for all the theories, for all the speculation, the pyramids remain most mysterious in the feelings they awaken. They do not speak, and yet they move us. They do not act, and yet they stir emotion. They are monuments not only of stone, but of silence. And in that silence we find fascination, fear, admiration, and awe. The first response is fascination. For centuries, travelers have crossed deserts, oceans, and continents to stand before the pyramids. They come with questions, with hopes, with dreams. They imagine secrets hidden within. They imagine treasures buried deep. They imagine meanings beyond explanation. The pyramids do not confirm, but they invite. Their silence fascinates, holding attention as firmly as their stones hold the horizon. Another response is fear. The pyramids are immense. To stand at their base is to feel small. Their shadows stretch across the desert. Their weight presses down on the earth. For ancient travelers, they seemed supernatural, too vast to be human. Even today, their immensity can intimidate. They remind us of time, of death, of eternity. They remind us that we are brief, fragile, passing. Fear lingers in their presence, quiet but steady. Admiration follows closely. We admire the builders who raised millions of stones with simple tools. We admire the vision, the planning, the endurance. We admire the survival through sandstorms, through centuries, through empires rising and falling. The pyramids are proof of what humans can do, of what patience can achieve. They inspire not only awe, but respect. Silence is perhaps the deepest response. Visitors often fall quiet at the base of the pyramids. Words fail. The immensity, the endurance, the presence are beyond language. Guides explain. Cameras click. Vendors call, but within the self there is stillness. The pyramid does not need words. Its silence is its power. It teaches silence, draws silence, creates silence. Imagine a visitor today. He arrives by bus, surrounded by noise. He walks through crowds, past vendors, past camels. He reaches the base, looks upward. The noise fades. The crowd disappears. For a moment, there is only stone, rising, silent, eternal. He feels fascination. He feels fear. He feels admiration. But most of all, he feels silence. The pyramids also awaken reflection. People ask themselves, what will I leave behind? What will endure of me? The pyramid is both reminder and question. It reminds us that humans can create what lasts. It asks us what we will create. It inspires thought beyond the self, beyond the present, beyond the moment. Children respond differently. They see adventure, mystery, story. They imagine hidden chambers, secret passages, treasures waiting. For them, the pyramid is a stage for imagination. Adults respond with weight, with perspective. They see mortality, endurance, eternity. Both are valid. Both are real. The pyramid accepts all responses. The emotions it stirs are part of its mystery. Why should stone create such feeling? Why should silence speak so loudly? Why should immovable weight awaken such restless thought? The answer is uncertain. The pyramid remains mute, but the emotions persist, generation after generation, century after century, and yet, through all these emotions, the pyramid does not change. It does not feel fascination. It does not feel fear. It does not feel admiration. It simply endures. The emotions belong to us. The silence belongs to it. The exchange is unbalanced, but it is real. If you close your eyes, you can feel the rhythm of these emotions. Curiosity rising, fear deepening, admiration swelling, silence settling. A cycle repeated in every visitor, in every age. A rhythm of human response, absorbed by stone, returned as calm. The pyramids remind us that mystery is not only in questions, but in feelings. They remind us that history is not only knowledge, but experience. They remind us that eternity is not only stone, but silence. And in that silence, we find rest. Rest from words, rest from thoughts, rest from time, rest that carries us gently, slowly, into sleep. The pyramids were built for kings. They were meant to guard bodies, to protect treasures, to secure eternity for pharaohs. And yet, over thousands of years, their meaning has grown larger. They are no longer only monuments of Egypt. They are monuments of humanity. They stand not only for the past, but for memory, for continuity, for legacy. For Egyptians, the pyramids are symbols of national pride. They link modern Egypt with ancient Egypt, showing a line of history that stretches across millennia. They remind citizens of greatness, of endurance, of identity. To stand before them is to feel connected to ancestors who dreamed, planned, and built with vision and patience. The pyramids are not ruins. They are living heritage. For the world, they are symbols of unity. Every continent, every culture, every nation recognizes their shape. They appear in textbooks, in films, in stories told to children. A child in Asia, a child in Europe, a child in Africa, a child in America will know the pyramids. They are part of shared memory, part of shared imagination. Few monuments carry such universal recognition. The legacy of the pyramids is also a legacy of endurance. They have survived floods, sandstorms, invasions, and neglect. They have survived centuries of travelers removing stones, explorers breaking walls, scientists drilling and measuring, and still they stand. Their endurance teaches us that human creation, when built with patience and vision, can outlast time itself. The pyramids also carry a moral legacy. They remind us of ambition of kings who sought eternity. They remind us of cooperation of workers who labored together. They remind us of mortality, that even kings become dust. They remind us of eternity, that stone can endure even when flesh does not. Each lesson is part of their meaning. Each meaning is part of their legacy. Imagine a traveler centuries from now, standing at Giza. The city has changed. The world has changed. But the pyramids remain. He looks up just as travelers do today, just as travelers did centuries ago. He feels the same silence, the same immensity, the same awe. The legacy continues, not through words, not through books, but through presence. The pyramids have also shaped the legacy of architecture. They influenced later monuments, tombs, temples, mausoleums. They inspired obelisks, domes, towers, and spires. Their simple form has echoed through centuries of design. Even in the modern age, architects look back to them, seeing in their stability, their symmetry, their permanence, a lesson for the future. By in philosophy, too, they leave a legacy. They represent endurance in a world of change. They represent silence in a world of noise. They represent permanence in a world of fragility. Philosophers see them as metaphors for truth, for time, for existence itself. Their shape becomes a thought. Their silence becomes a lesson. Their legacy is not fixed. It changes with each generation. For some, they symbolize power. For others, mystery. For others, still, endurance. Each culture, each age, sees something different. And yet, beneath all these shifting meanings, the pyramids remain. They absorb interpretation. They accept projection. But they do not change. And perhaps this is their greatest legacy. They are both constant and flexible. Constant in form, flexible in meaning. Constant in stone, flexible in symbol. They endure not only because they are strong, but because they are open to imagination, open to thought, open to time. If you close your eyes, you can feel this legacy. Generations passing, each looking upward, each imagining something new. Children laughing, poets writing, tourists photographing, scientists measuring. All different, all the same. The pyramid absorbs it all, steady and calm. The pyramids remind us that legacy is not about possession. It is not about kings alone. It is about what endures, what continues, what survives beyond death, beyond memory. The pharaohs are gone. Their treasures are gone. Their bodies are gone. But their pyramids remain. Their legacy has outgrown them, become larger than them, become eternal. And in that eternity, we find calm. Calm that stretches beyond kings, beyond nations, beyond centuries. Calm that carries us into stillness, into silence, into sleep. The pyramids are monuments of stone, but they are also monuments of lessons. They were built long ago by people long gone. Yet their presence still teaches, quietly, steadily, silently, in their weight, in their endurance, in their silence. They hold truths that remain relevant today, truths of patience, of cooperation, of humility. The first lesson is patience. The pyramids were not built in a day, or in a year, or in a single reign. They required decades. Each stone had to be quarried, shaped, hauled, and set. Each step was small. Each act was simple. But together, repeated millions of times, they created eternity. The pyramid teaches that greatness is not sudden. It is built slowly, block by block, moment by moment, repetition upon repetition. In our modern world of speed, the pyramids remind us of slowness. They remind us that what lasts requires time. The second lesson is cooperation. No single man could build a pyramid. Not even a king. Not even a pharaoh. Not even with power and wealth. The pyramids required thousands. Farmers who hauled stone. Bakers who made bread. Brewers who brewed beer. Craftsmen who shaped copper tools. Scribes who recorded rations. Overseers who directed teams. Each role was small, but together they built eternity. The pyramid teaches that greatness is collective. It belongs not to one, but to many. It reminds us that human beings, when organized and united, can achieve what seems impossible. The third lesson is humility. The pyramids were built for kings who claimed divinity, who sought immortality. Yet the kings are gone. Their bodies are dust. Their treasures are scattered. Their names are remembered, but their power is lost. The pyramids remain, but they belong no longer to the kings. They belong to the world. The pyramid teaches that ambition fades, but creation endures. It reminds us that even the greatest rulers are mortal, that eternity belongs not to men, but to stone, to silence, to memory. Imagine standing before the Great Pyramid. You place your hand on the stone. It is rough, warm from the sun. You think of the man who cut it, the man who hauled it, the man who set it. None of them are remembered by name, yet their work remains steady and calm. You realize that greatness is not in fame, but in endurance, not in command, but in cooperation, not in speed, but in patience. The pyramids also teach resilience. They have faced storms, floods, wars, neglect. They have lost their casing stones, their treasures, their kings, and still they stand. They remind us that survival is not about perfection. It is about strength, stability, endurance. They show us that even in loss, even in change, something can remain. For modern humanity, these lessons are urgent. We live in a world of haste, of division, of ambition. We seek speed, but the pyramids remind us of patience. We seek individuality, but the pyramids remind us of cooperation. We seek power, but the pyramids remind us of humility. They are more than monuments. They are guides. Children can learn from them. To see that great things are built slowly, together, with care. Leaders can learn from them. To see that legacy comes not from command, but from what endures. All of us can learn from them. To see that silence is as important as speech, that endurance is as important as ambition, that humility is as important as pride. And yet, for all these lessons, the pyramids do not teach with words. They do not explain. They do not instruct. They simply stand. Their silence is their lesson. Their endurance is their wisdom. Their calm is their teaching. If you close your eyes, you can hear this teaching. The scrape of stone, the chant of workers, the rhythm of patience, the harmony of cooperation, the whisper of humility. A rhythm that echoes across centuries, steady and calm. A rhythm that slows the mind, that calms the body, that carries us gently into sleep. The pyramids stand in the desert beneath the sun, beside the Nile. They are ancient, older than most of history, older than most of memory. And yet they are not only past, they are also present, and they are also future. They are bridges across time, connecting what was, what is, and what will be. They are monuments of the past, built more than 4,000 years ago. They remind us of a civilization that dreamed on a vast scale. They tell of kings who sought eternity, of workers who labored together, of priests who prayed in silence. They are records without words, history carved in stone, memory shaped into weight. They remind us that we come from long lines of dreamers, builders, seekers. They are monuments of the present. Today, they rise not in solitude, but in a modern world. Tourists gather, scientists measure, photographers capture, guides explain, buses come and go, vendors call, children laugh. The pyramids are not abandoned. They are alive with visitors, alive with meaning, alive with attention. They remind us that heritage is not only past, but present, not only memory, but living encounter. They are monuments of the future. They will outlast us, as they have outlasted those before us. Generations will come, generations will go, and still the pyramids will rise above the desert. Children not yet born will one day look upward at their stones. Scholars not yet alive will study their mysteries. Seekers not yet imagined will find silence at their base. The pyramids remind us that we are temporary, but that continuity is possible. The pyramid is thus a bridge. It connects us to ancestors. It connects us to descendants. It holds us in the middle, reminding us that we are part of a longer rhythm, stone upon stone. Life upon life, silence upon silence. Imagine standing in the desert at dusk. The sky grows red, then purple, then black. The pyramids cast long shadows, then fade into the night. Stars rise, cold and clear. For a moment you feel time collapse. You are with the builders, watching the same stars. You are with future travelers who will stand where you stand. Past, present, and future merge in silence. The pyramid is the bridge. This bridge is not only historical, it is also symbolic. The pyramid's form itself speaks of movement from earth to sky, from base to summit, from beginning to end. It gathers the world into a single shape. It holds the horizon in stone. It shows that life is not only about the moment, but about the continuity of moments, rising, converging, pointing upward. The silence of the pyramids is also eternal. It was silence for the builders. It is silence for us. It will be silence for those who come after. Words change. Languages vanish. Voices fade. The silence remains. And in that silence there is peace. The pyramid is not only a tomb. It is not only a monument. It is a chant of silence, stretched across centuries. It speaks without speaking, teaches without teaching, endures without effort. It reminds us that eternity is not noise, but stillness, not speech, but silence. If you close your eyes, you can feel this chant, the silence of workers hauling stones. The silence of kings buried in chambers. The silence of travelers standing in awe. The silence of children yet to be born, who will one day stand at the same base, look at the same stone, feel the same stillness. A chant that is not sound, but presence. A chant that carries across time. The pyramids are past, present, and future. They are history, experience, and destiny. They are weight, symbol, and silence. And in their silence, they give us calm. Calm that bridges centuries. Calm that joins generations. Calm that carries us into stillness, into peace, into sleep. The pyramids are stone, but they are also breath. They rise from the desert like an exhale frozen in time. They are the last breath of kings, the last breath of a civilization, the last breath of ambition turned into eternity. And in their silence, they invite us to listen to the breath of history, to the breath of humanity, to the breath of eternity itself. The kings who ordered them built did so with a vision beyond life. They wanted more than power. They wanted permanence. They wanted to breathe beyond death. The pyramids were their answer. Blocks stacked into silence. Stone shaped into forever. In them, we hear the echo of their last breath. Breath that did not vanish, but solidified in the desert sun. The workers who built them also breathed their lives into the stone. Each cut, each hole, each placement was breath and effort, body and soul. Their names are forgotten, but their breath endures. It lingers in the weight of the blocks, in the slope of the sides, in the calm of the desert. They live not in memory, but in stone. The pyramids are also the breath of humanity. They remind us that we are creatures who dream of forever. We build not only for today, but for tomorrow, and for centuries beyond tomorrow. We carve our hopes into mountains, into temples, into towers, into monuments. The pyramids are the oldest, the greatest, the clearest breath of that longing. Imagine standing in the desert at night. The air is still. The sand is cool. The stars burn bright above. Before you, the Great Pyramid rises, dark against the sky. You breathe slowly, deeply. For a moment, your breath feels part of something larger, part of the silence, part of the stone, part of the eternity that stands before you. The pyramid does not breathe, but it carries the breath of those who built it, and of those who stand before it. The pyramids are also the final breath of mystery. They do not explain, they do not reveal. They keep secrets within, holding them beyond reach. And yet, in that withholding, they give us something greater. They give us wonder. They give us silence. They give us rest. Mystery itself becomes their gift, their breath across centuries. For humanity, the pyramids are a reminder of what will remain. Cities crumble, books fade, voices vanish. But some things endure. Some things breathe across time. The pyramids show us that eternity is not a dream. It is possible. It is real. It stands in the desert, waiting, watching, enduring. And yet, even the pyramids are not truly eternal. One day, far in the future, even they may fall. Wind, sand, water, and time will carry them away. But their breath will remain in memory, in image, in symbol. They will live not only in stone, but in imagination. Eternity, once breathed, never fully disappears. The final lesson of the pyramids is simple. We, too, will vanish. Our voices will fade. Our names will be forgotten. But something of us can endure our creations, our symbols, our silence. Like the kings, like the workers, like the pyramids, we can breathe eternity into the world. If you close your eyes, you can feel it now. The slow breath of the desert wind, the slow breath of history, the slow breath of stone. A rhythm steady, endless, eternal. The pyramids are that breath, and in listening to them, we listen to eternity. The pyramids are the final breath of humanity's dream of forever. They are silence made visible, eternity made tangible, breath made stone. And in their presence we find calm, calm that is steady, calm that is endless, calm that carries us gently, slowly, into stillness, into silence, into sleep. If stone was the body of the pyramid, then food was its heartbeat. No workforce, no matter how strong, could have moved millions of blocks without nourishment. The pyramids were not only feats of engineering, they were feats of catering, of feeding tens of thousands of hungry mouths every single day, for decades. The workers' villages at Giza reveal this story. Archaeologists uncovered vast bakeries with rows of mud brick ovens, still blackened with the soot of 4.5 millennia ago. These were not small kitchens. They were industrial operations. Grain was milled, dough was kneaded, bread was baked in enormous quantities. Each loaf was a wage, a reward, and a source of energy. Bread in ancient Egypt was not the fluffy, soft bread we imagine today. It was dense, coarse, sometimes filled with bits of grit from the grinding stones. It was shaped into loaves or flat rounds, baked until hard. For the workers, it was fuel. Archaeologists estimate that each man consumed several loaves per day. Multiply that by tens of thousands of workers, and then by years of labor, and the numbers swell into the millions. But bread alone was not enough. Beer was just as important. Egyptian beer was not like modern beer. It was thick, porridge-like, often consumed with a straw. It was low in alcohol, high in nutrition, and drunk in large quantities. Records suggest that workers received jugs of beer every day as part of their rations. Bread and beer together formed the basic payment for pyramid labor. Other foods supplemented this simple diet. Onions and garlic were common, as were dates, figs, and occasionally dried fish. Excavations even found remains of cattle bones, suggesting that meat was sometimes distributed, perhaps to overseers or to reward workers during festivals. The food was not luxurious, but it was sufficient, and in its sufficiency it kept the pyramid rising stone by stone. The logistics of food supply were staggering. Grain had to be harvested, stored, and protected. Vast silos stood near the workers' villages, holding reserves against shortage. Bakers ground the grain with stone querns, hour after hour, their arms moving in a steady, repetitive rhythm. The flour was mixed with water, kneaded into dough, shaped into loaves, and baked in ovens heated with wood and dung. Imagine the monotony, grinding, kneading, baking, day after day, year after year. The breweries worked in similar cycles. Barley was soaked, sprouted, and mashed. The mash was mixed with water, sometimes flavored with dates or honey, then left to ferment in great clay vats. Workers filled jars, sealed them, and distributed them to the crews. Beer was not just a drink. It was calories, hydration, and morale. Scribes recorded every ration. How many loaves? How many jugs? How many onions? Their lists survive on fragments of papyrus and stone. One fragment notes absences, absent brewing beer. Another, absent, bitten by scorpion. Such records show us the humanity of the workers, but also the bureaucracy that sustained them. Food was not given freely. It was counted, measured, and documented. Consider the scale again. If 20,000 workers each ate 4 loaves of bread daily. That is 80,000 loaves every day. Over a year, nearly 30 million loaves. Over 2 decades, hundreds of millions. Each loaf required grain. Each grain required planting, growing, harvesting. Behind every stone in the pyramid was a loaf of bread, and behind every loaf was a farmer, a miller, a baker. The pyramid was not only a monument of stone, but also of agriculture. Food also shaped the rhythm of the day. Workers rose at dawn, ate bread, drank beer, and went to work. At midday, they paused for more rations. In the evening, they returned to their villages, ate again, and rested. The cycle was steady, predictable, repetitive. Just as the stones were placed one after another, so too were the meals consumed one after another. Even the waste has been found. Piles of animal bones, fish remains ash from ovens, shards of broken jars. These are the remnants of life, the ordinary traces left behind by extraordinary labor. They remind us that the pyramid was not built by faceless hands, but by human beings who ate, drank, rested, and lived in communities. So, when we ask how the pyramids were built, the answer is not only in stone, ramps, or ropes. It is in bread, it is in beer, it is in the countless meals that fueled the countless days. The miracle of the pyramid is not only its height or its precision. It is the fact that thousands of men were fed, watered, and sustained long enough to finish the task. And as you think of this endless stream of loaves and jugs, repeating without end, let the monotony guide you. One loaf, then another, one jug, then another, bread and beer, as steady as breathing, until the mind drifts, like a boat on the Nile, calm and slow, into the quiet waters of sleep. Once the stones were cut from the quarries, the question became simple in theory and heavy in practice. How to move them? A stone by itself, resting in the quarry, is only potential. It has weight, it has shape, but it has no place in the pyramid until it has traveled. And travel for millions of blocks meant effort upon effort, repeated endlessly across years. The nearest limestone quarries were close to the Giza Plateau. Blocks cut, they could be dragged directly to the construction site. But even this short journey required planning. The stone had to be levered onto a wooden sledge. Ropes were fastened tightly around it, binding it into place. Then teams of men, perhaps 20 or more, hauled the sledge forward, step by step across the sand. The desert is not kind to heavy loads. Dry sand gives way under weight, swallowing the runners of the sledge, stopping movement. The Egyptians discovered a solution that was both simple and effective. They poured water onto the sand ahead of the sledge. The dampened grains compacted, reducing friction, allowing the sledges to slide forward more easily. This trick, confirmed by experiments, shows again that the pyramids were not the work of magic, but of practical observation. Granite was another matter. The granite blocks used for the internal chambers came from Aswan, more than 800 kilometers south of Giza. Each block weighed dozens of tons. These blocks were quarried, levered onto boats, and floated down the Nile. The river, flowing north, carried them on a journey of weeks. Crews rowed, guided by poles, adjusted sails, and moved slowly, one day after another, until the stones reached the docks near the plateau. From the riverbank, the task began again. Boats were unloaded, ropes creaked, men grunted. The blocks, once more, were placed on sledges and dragged across prepared paths. Some paths were lined with mud brick or rubble to strengthen the ground. Some may have had wooden rollers beneath the sledges, though evidence suggests water and sledges were more common. The distance from quarry to pyramid was not long in kilometers, but it was long in effort. Imagine hauling a block that weighs as much as 2 elephants, without wheels, without engines, only with rope, muscle, and sand. Imagine repeating this not once, not twice, but millions of times. The wonder of the pyramids lies not in a single stone, but in the repetition of this process across decades. There are debates about how the stones were raised as the pyramid grew taller. Some propose a long, straight ramp, stretching far into the desert. Others suggest a zigzagging ramp, hugging the sides of the structure. Still, others imagine spiraling ramps that curled upward around the pyramid itself. Whatever the shape, the principle was the same. The ramp allowed men to drag stones higher, bit by bit, until the top was reached. The ramps themselves consumed resources. To build a ramp long enough and strong enough required mud brick, rubble, and earth. Men built ramps as others built pyramids, hauling material, shaping slopes, maintaining the path. When the pyramid was finished, the ramps were dismantled, their material scattered back into the desert, leaving only the monument standing. Consider the pace of work. Archaeologists suggest that, at peak, workers could move and place about 300 blocks per day. That is 1 block every few minutes, from dawn until dusk. Each block required preparation, hauling, and adjustment. The rhythm must have been relentless. A block dragged a pause to catch breath. A command shouted, ropes strained again, the sledge sliding forward another meter, over and over for years. The scribes recorded deliveries, noting which quarry the stones came from, which team hauled them, and where they were placed. This endless accounting ensured that the process did not collapse into chaos. Without such order, the project would have stalled. With it, the pyramid grew steadily, its shape emerging from repetition. If you close your eyes now, you might picture a team hauling a sledge. Men lean forward, ropes over their shoulders. Their feet press into the dampened sand, step after step. The sledge creaks, the block shudders forward. Voices chant in rhythm, keeping the pull steady. The air is hot, the work is hard, but the block moves, slowly, relentlessly. 1 meter, then another. 1 day, then another. Transport was not glamorous. It was not mysterious. It was the dull, heavy work of dragging stone from one place to another. And yet, repeated enough times, it created something that still stands after 45 centuries. In its monotony, in its repetition, it becomes not only history, but also a rhythm to soothe the restless mind. Each block moved, like each breath taken, carries you forward, slowly, steadily, toward the stillness of sleep. The pyramids of Egypt are not only massive, they are also astonishingly precise. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, for example, is aligned to the cardinal directions north, south, east, and west with an error of less than 1/20th of a degree. Its sides are almost perfectly straight, and its base is leveled too within a few centimeters. To achieve this kind of accuracy with simple tools seems, at first glance, impossible, and yet the Egyptians managed it, not with advanced machines, but with patience, repetition, and careful observation. The first task was to prepare the ground. The desert plateau at Giza is not flat by nature. It rises and falls, uneven, scattered with rock. To build a pyramid, the Egyptians had to level a foundation large enough to hold millions of tons of stones. How did they do this? They dug shallow trenches, filled them with water, and measured the level. Wherever the waterline dipped below the surface, they cut away rock. Wherever it stood higher, they built up the ground. Slowly, steadily, they created a foundation that was flat enough to support the weight of the pyramid. Next came orientation. The Egyptians looked to the sky. Night after night, they observed the stars, especially those that circled close to the north celestial pole. Using simple sighting rods and plumb lines, they could mark the rising and setting points of these stars. By bisecting these observations, they determined true north with remarkable accuracy. No compasses, no satellites, just eyes, ropes, and patience. Once north was established, the other directions followed. The base of the pyramid was laid out as a perfect square, its corners right angles, its sides aligned. Ropes were stretched, stakes driven into the ground, and measurements checked again and again. Errors were corrected, adjustments made. Day after day, the surveyors returned to their ropes and rods, ensuring that the lines remained straight. The precision of the base allowed the rest of the pyramid to rise in symmetry. Each layer of stone was carefully placed, following the slope that would ultimately meet at the peak. To maintain the angle, the builders used ropes stretched from corner to corner, marking the diagonal, checking the alignment. The work was not fast. It was slow, careful, deliberate. Inside the pyramid, the precision was just as striking. The passages and chambers were cut with remarkable straightness. The grand gallery, a passage more than 40 meters long, rises at an angle so consistent that even today it impresses engineers. How did they achieve this? With plumb bobs, with measuring ropes, with levels filled with water. Each measurement was repeated, checked, and rechecked. Again, the secret was not advanced technology, but patience. The casing stones, which once covered the pyramid in smooth white limestone, were cut to fit together so tightly that the joints are almost invisible. These stones reflected the sun, making the pyramid shine like a beacon. Today, most of the casing has been stripped away, but in ancient times, the effect would have been dazzling. The precision of these stones, each shaped by hand, each polished with care, is a testament to the skill of the masons. Some people, confronted with such accuracy, assume that it must have required lost technology. But the evidence shows otherwise. With simple tools, repeated countless times, accuracy emerges. A rope stretched tight, a weight hanging plumb, a water-filled trenchal of these, applied patiently, produce results that seem impossible. The mystery dissolves into repetition. Consider again the rhythm of this work. A surveyor sets his stake. He stretches a rope. He checks the alignment against the stars. He makes a mark. The next day, he checks again. The day after, he checks once more. Small corrections, made again and again, create large precision. The process is not exciting. It is not fast. It is boring. And yet, boring tasks, stretched across years, result in monuments that last for millennia. If you close your eyes now, you can picture it. The desert night. A surveyor looking up at the stars, holding a plumb line steady. The line swings slightly, then stills. A mark is made in the sand. A rope is stretched, a stake hammered in, a corner fixed. The next night, the process repeats. The stars turn. The line steadies. Another mark is made. Night after night, until the base is set, until the angles are perfect, until the pyramid begins to rise. The pyramids remind us that greatness is not built in a single moment. It is built through countless small corrections, countless repeated actions. The alignment to the stars was not magic. It was patience. The precision of the base was not mystery. It was persistence. The smoothness of the casing stones was not alien. It was the result of thousands of hands, working slowly, day after day, with ordinary tools. And so, when we marvel at the precision of the pyramids, we should also see the monotony behind it. The endless ropes, the endless plumb lines, the endless nights of star watching. A rhythm of effort that matches the rhythm of breath. Steady, calm, repetitive. The kind of rhythm that guides the mind toward quiet and the body toward sleep. When we think of the pyramids, our eyes are drawn upward to the stone rising into the sky. But to understand how they were built, we must also look downward into the daily lives of the men who built them. The workers' villages, uncovered by archaeologists, give us a picture not of slaves in chains, but of communities. Small, ordinary, repetitive communities that existed for the sole purpose of sustaining the great project. The houses were built of mud brick. They were not palaces, and they were not huts. They were simple, rectangular structures, often with 2 or 3 rooms. One room might serve as a kitchen, another as a sleeping space. Low walls of stone and brick-enclosed courtyards where food was prepared. The floors were hard-packed earth, sometimes smoothed with plaster. These homes stood in rows, side by side, forming streets that echoed with footsteps, voices, and the sounds of daily life. The heart of the settlement was the bakery. Dozens of circular ovens, shaped from clay and brick, were discovered. Their interiors still show the blackened marks of ancient fires. Here, bakers produced thousands of loaves every day, feeding the workforce. Nearby were breweries, with large ceramic vats once filled with thick, nutritious beer. The smell of bread and beer must have hung constantly in the air, blending with the sweat of workers returning from the pyramid's site. Life was repetitive. At dawn, workers rose, ate bread, drank beer, and marched toward the construction ramps. At midday, they paused for more rations. In the evening, they returned, their bodies heavy with fatigue, to rest, to eat again, and to sleep. The cycle repeated endlessly, day after day, year after year. It was not glamorous, but it was steady, and in that steadiness, the pyramid rose. Archaeologists also found evidence of health care. Skeletons of workers show signs of injuries, broken bones, strained joints, worn spines. But many of these injuries had healed, suggesting that the men received treatment and were cared for. This is not consistent with the image of disposable slaves. It suggests that the workers were valued, sustained, and protected, at least to a degree, so that they could continue their labor. The cemeteries tell another story. Workers who died were buried nearby, in modest but respectful graves. Some were interred with simple goods, pottery beads, tools, tokens of daily life to accompany them into the afterlife. Their resting places remind us that these were individuals with identities, families, and hopes, not just nameless bodies consumed by construction. Hierarchy shaped the village. Overseers lived in larger houses, sometimes with plastered walls and more rooms. Scribes and administrators had their own quarters, filled with the tools of record-keeping. These men tracked attendance, distributed rations, and managed supplies. Their records, scratched onto astraca or written on papyrus, note details so mundane they become hypnotic. Lists of bread, lists of beer, lists of workers absent, with reasons, ill, injured, brewing beer, making offerings to a god. Each line is another glimpse into the rhythm of a life defined by labor and order. Festivals occasionally broke the monotony. Religious celebrations tied to the gods and to the pharaoh gave moments of release. Workers might receive extra rations, perhaps even meat or sweet treats. Music, dancing, and ritual filled the air. For a brief time, the heavy rhythm of stone and bread gave way to joy. Then, as always, the cycle resumed. Imagine, for a moment, the sounds of the village at night. Fires crackling in ovens, voices murmuring in low rooms, the shuffle of feet along narrow streets, the distant silence of the desert, above the shadow of the pyramid, unfinished, stretching into the starlit sky. And within the houses, men lay down on red mats, their bodies sore, their stomachs filled with bread and beer, drifting into restless sleep, knowing that in the morning the work would begin again. The workers' village is as much a part of the pyramid as the stones themselves. Without homes, without bakeries, without breweries, without scribes, the project would have collapsed. The pyramid is not only a monument of stone, but also a monument of community, of ordinary people living ordinary lives, repeated until extraordinary results were achieved. And so, as we picture these men rising, eating, working, resting, we see not mystery, but monotony. The monotony of daily life, stretched across decades. until it produced something eternal. And in that monotony there is calm. A calm that mirrors the steady rhythm of breathing, the slow drift of thought, the gentle descent into sleep. When we look at the pyramids today, we see stone, we see mass, we see weight and geometry. But to the ancient Egyptians, the pyramids were more than architecture. They were sacred. They were bridges between this world and the next, stairways to eternity, monuments that connected the body of a king to the gods. Without this religious meaning, the pyramids would not have existed. The Egyptians believed that their pharaoh was not only a man, he was also divine. He was the son of Ra, the sun god, the earthly embodiment of Horus, the falcon god, and in death he became Osiris, ruler of the afterlife. His role was not limited to ruling the land. He maintained balance, known as Matha, harmony of the cosmos, the order of society, the rhythm of nature. If the pharaoh failed, chaos would spread. If he succeeded, the Nile would flood, crops would grow, and the sun would rise each day. The pyramid, then, was not a tomb in the simple sense. It was a machine for eternity. Within its chambers, the body of the king would rest, preserved by mummification, protected by stone, guarded by prayers and rituals. The pyramid ensured that the pharaoh could rise again, ascend to the heavens, and join the gods. The shape itself carried meaning. A pyramid is a triangle rising to a point. Its sloping sides resemble the rays of the sun descending to the earth. By climbing the pyramid, symbolically, the king could ascend along those rays, returning to the sky from which he came. The smooth, white limestone casing stones, polished until they gleamed, reflected sunlight so brightly that the pyramid shone like a beacon. It was as if the sun itself had taken root in the desert, a solid ray of light pointing upward. Inside, the passages were aligned with purpose. The descending corridor points toward stars in the northern sky. The chambers are positioned to protect and elevate the granite blocks. Heavy and immovable, formed barriers against intruders. The layout was both practical and symbolic. Practical to safeguard the body, symbolic to guide the spirit. The burial of the pharaoh was accompanied by rituals. Priests recited spells, chanted hymns, offered food and incense. These rituals were recorded in what we now call the pyramid texts, carved into the walls of later pyramids. They described the pharaoh ascending to the sky, joining Ra in his solar bark, sailing across the heavens. They describe him becoming a star, shining forever above his people. The pyramid was the stage on which these transformations were enacted. For the workers, the religious meaning gave purpose to their labor. They were not simply hauling stone. They were building eternity. Each block, heavy as it was, became a step in the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Each loaf of bread eaten, each jug of beer consumed, became part of a sacred duty. By serving their king, they believed they were serving the gods. The pyramid was also a symbol for the living. It stood as proof of the king's power, his connection to the divine, his ability to command order from chaos. To see the pyramid rising in the desert was to see stability itself. It reassured the people that their world was in balance, that Mat was upheld, that life would continue as it should. Even today, when the religious meaning has faded, the pyramids inspire awe. We see them as monuments of endurance, as structures that outlasted empires, languages, and cultures. But to the Egyptians, they were alive with meaning. They were not dead stone, but living connections between the human and the divine. If you close your eyes, you can imagine a procession approaching the pyramid. Priests dressed in white linen carry incense. Musicians play slow rhythms on drums and flutes. The body of the pharaoh, wrapped in linen, rests within a golden coffin. The sun shines on the smooth sides of the pyramid, dazzling the eyes, while the crowd murmurs prayers. The king is carried inside, into the chambers prepared for him. Doors of stone are sealed behind him. Silence falls, and in that silence, eternity begins. The pyramid as a sacred monument is not simply history. It is repetition once again. Prayers recited, spells spoken, stones placed, rites performed, each action repeated without end, binding the living and the dead, the earth and the sky, the people and their God. Pan, as you let these details pass over you, slowly, steadily, you may feel the rhythm of that repetition, the rhythm of faith, of ritual, of stones, a rhythm that continues long after the workers have gone, long after the priests have vanished, long after the pharaoh himself has turned to dust. The pyramid remains silent, immovable, eternal. The pyramid was not only stone, it was also words. It was also rituals. It was also the long, careful performance of ceremonies meant to bridge the gap between life and death, between earth and sky, between the body of the pharaoh and the gods who awaited him. The burial of a king was never simple. It was surrounded by ritual from the moment of death until the sealing of the tomb. Priests played a central role. They recited prayers, performed gestures, and enacted ceremonies passed down through generations. Each action was slow, deliberate, repetitive. Each action carried symbolic weight, as though the very act of repeating it gave power to the words. Among the most important ceremonies was the opening of the mouth. This ritual was performed on the mummy of the pharaoh with a ceremonial tool, often shaped like a small adze. The priest touched the mouth of the king, symbolically restoring his ability to eat, to speak, to breathe, and to live again in the afterlife. Without this ritual, the pharaoh's spirit would remain silent. With it, he could join the gods, speak with them, and receive offerings. Incense was burned. Offerings were presented. Bread, beer, meat, fruits, and vegetables were laid before the body, just as they had been offered to the gods in temples. The smell of incense filled the air, drifting through the chambers, mingling with chants. The priests spoke not quickly, but slowly, their words measured and repeated, like a chant designed to lull the living as much as to guide the dead. Later pyramids preserve these words in carved forms. These are the pyramid texts, the oldest known body of religious writings in the world. They appear on the walls of pyramids from the 5th and 6th dynasties, but they reflect traditions much older. They are spells, hymns, and prayers meant to protect the pharaoh and ensure his transformation. Some texts command the doors of the afterlife to open. Others call upon the gods to receive the king. Others describe the pharaoh rising into the sky, becoming a star, sailing with Ra in his solar boat, or joining Osiris in the realm of the dead. The words are often repetitive, filled with parallel phrases, as if the power comes not from novelty, but from endless echoing. A typical passage might say, "O King, you are this great star, the companion of Orion, who traverses the sky with Orion, who navigates the Duat with Osiris." The image is clear. The king does not simply die. He ascends. He sails. He becomes celestial. The pyramid is the base. The texts are the map, and the rituals are the energy that carries him upward. The priests who performed these rituals did so with precision. Each gesture had meaning. Each word had weight. The wrong word, spoken in error, could break the spell. And so the recitations were careful, steady, deliberate. Imagine standing in a dark chamber, lit only by flickering oil lamps, while priests in white linen chant in voices that echo against the stone. The air is thick with incense, the sound deep and slow. The repetition becomes hypnotic, even after the burial rituals continued. Offerings were made regularly at temples connected to the pyramid complex. Bread and beer, once again, were the essentials. These offerings nourished the Ka, the spirit of the king, ensuring that he remained strong in the afterlife. Priests, appointed for life, maintained the cult of the king long after his death, reciting prayers daily. In this way, the pyramid was not only a tomb, but a living temple, active with ritual for generations. The pyramid texts also remind us of the Egyptian view of eternity. To them, death was not an end. It was a transformation. The pyramid did not seal the king away. It launched him into a new form of existence, one that required constant support through ritual, prayer, and remembrance. The stone preserved the body. The texts preserved the spirit. The rituals preserved the connection. If you close your eyes, you can imagine one of these ceremonies. The priests gathered in a chamber, their voices low. The mummy rests before them, silent, still. A priest steps forward with the ritual adze, touching the lips, the eyes, the nose. Another sprinkles water. Another burns incense. The words rise and fall, repeated and repeated, until they seem to merge with the stone itself. Outside, the pyramid looms above, its sides catching the sunlight, while inside, the spirit of the king is prepared for its eternal journey. This was the purpose of the pyramid, not only to hold the body, but to perform the rituals that secured life beyond death. Not only to preserve the king, but to launch him into the cosmos. The pyramid texts, carved in stone, echo even now. They are words that once guided a soul, words that remind us that even the most enduring monuments are not only stone, but also sound, memory, and faith. And in their endless repetition, in their slow rhythm, they become more than history. They become a lullaby, steady and eternal, like the breath of the desert wind. when the pyramid was sealed, when the body of the king was laid to rest, and when the great doors of stone were closed, the story did not end. The pyramid was not silent. It was alive with ritual. The cult of the pharaoh continued, not for days, not for months, but for generations. Priests walked its courtyards. Offerings filled its temples. Prayers echoed against its walls. The Egyptians believed that the spirit of the king required constant nourishment, just as the living required bread, beer, and meat. So too did the vital essence of the pharaoh acquire offerings. Without them, the spirit would weaken. With them, it would remain strong, eternal, connected to both the world of the gods and the world of the people. Each day, priests entered the mortuary temple attached to the pyramid complex. These temples stood beside the pyramid itself, connected by causeways that stretched from the valley temples at the edge of the Nile floodplain. The priests, dressed in white linen, approached with calm steps. Their work was not hurried. It was steady, repetitive, almost monotonous. They recited prayers. They presented offerings. Bread was laid upon altars. Beer was poured into jars. Cuts of meat were placed in dishes. Vegetables, fruits, and sometimes sweets were arranged carefully. Incense was burned, its smoke rising slowly toward the ceiling, curling in the air, a visible sign of devotion. The rituals followed a cycle. Morning, noon, and evening, the priests repeated their duties. Each time, the words were the same. Each time, the gestures were the same. The repetition gave power to the act, and the monotony gave reassurance to the people. Just as the sun rose and set in predictable rhythm, so too did the offerings continue without fail. The mortuary temple was not an empty hall. It contained statues of the pharaoh, often carved in lifelike detail. These statues were treated as if they were the living king. Food was presented to them. Words were spoken to them. Incense was waved before them. The king, though dead, remained present. His image, his name, his pyramid, all ensured that he was eternal. The priests themselves formed a class of specialists. Some belonged to the royal family, others to powerful, noble families. Service in the mortuary cult was both an honor and a responsibility. The state provided lands and resources to support these rituals. Fields were set aside, their harvests dedicated to feeding the temple staff and producing offerings. In this way, the pyramid was not only a tomb, it was an economic center, tied into the broader landscape of Egypt. The rituals also extended to festivals. On certain days of the year, larger ceremonies were held. Processions wound their way along the causeway, bringing offerings in abundance. Crowds gathered, music played, drums beat slowly, flutes sounded softly. The pyramid loomed in the background, silent and immovable, while life unfolded around it in ordered rhythm. Archaeologists have uncovered reliefs and inscriptions that show these rituals. Priests carrying trays of food, servants leading cattle, offerings piled high before the statue of the king. These images remind us that the pyramid was not abandoned after construction. It remained active, alive with human presence, maintained by ceremony. Imagine standing in the temple at dawn. The air is cool, the desert still quiet. A priest enters, carrying a loaf of bread. He places it carefully on the altar. Another pours beer into a jar, the liquid glistening in the faint light. Another waves incense, the smoke drifting upward. They speak words slow, rhythmic, repetitive. The same words their fathers spoke. The same words their sons will speak, day after day, year after year. This was the daily cult of the pharaoh. It was not dramatic. It was not fast. It was steady, predictable, and endless. Just as the Nile flooded each year, just as the sun rose each morning, so too did the offerings continue. The pyramid became a clock of ritual, ticking forward in the slow rhythm of devotion. The offerings, of course, were consumed. Priests and temple staff ate the bread, drank the beer, shared the meat. The act of offering was symbolic. The ka of the pharaoh absorbed the essence, while the body of the food nourished the living. In this way, the cult sustained both the dead and the living, binding them together in a cycle that was never meant to end. But even cycles can fade. Over centuries, as dynasties fell and rose, the cults declined. Resources were diverted, lands reassigned, priests dismissed. Some pyramids fell silent. Some temples collapsed. The daily rituals ceased. Yet, for a time decades, even centuries, the pyramids were not monuments of silence. They were monuments of repetition, filled with the sounds of footsteps, prayers, and offerings. And in that repetition, we find the same rhythm that underlies all of Egyptian pyramid building. The rhythm of patience, of monotony, of slow, steady devotion. A rhythm that, like breathing, calms the restless mind and carries it toward sleep. The pyramid was not only a tomb, it was also a symbol of the cosmos, a reflection of the heavens built upon the earth. To the ancient Egyptians, the world was not divided between human and divine. It was a continuum, a bridge, a cycle. The pyramid was designed to anchor that cycle, to connect the king to the stars, the sun, and the eternal order of the universe. The shape itself carried meaning. The sloping sides of the pyramid resembled the rays of the sun. In Egyptian religion, the sun was central. Each morning it rose from the eastern horizon. Each evening it sank into the west, and each night it traveled through the underworld. Ra, the sun god, embodied this eternal journey. The pharaoh, as the son of Ra, sought to join him. By rising up the pyramid's sides, symbolically, the king could ascend along those rays into the sky, where he would sail forever with the sun across the heavens. The pyramids at Giza are aligned with remarkable precision to the cardinal directions. Their sides face north, south, east, and west with minimal error. This alignment was not practical only. It was symbolic. North was associated with the imperishable stars, those that never set below the horizon. To become a star among these was to achieve eternity. The pyramid, by its orientation, anchored the king to these undying lights. Passages within the Great Pyramid reinforce this symbolism. One narrow shaft points toward the belt of Orion, associated with the god Osiris, ruler of the dead. Another aligns with stars near the pole, the imperishable stars. The message was clear. The pharaoh, in death, would rise to the heavens, not as a fading light, but as a star that never died. The pyramid also symbolized the primeval mound. According to Egyptian creation myths, the world began as an endless expanse of water, the dark waters of chaos. From this water rose the first mound of earth, upon which the sun god stood to create life. The pyramid, rising from the desert, echoed this cosmic moment. It was the first land, the first stability, the first order rising from chaos. To build a pyramid was to recreate creation itself, ensuring that order, continued forever. The smooth casing stones, once gleaming in the sun, turned the pyramid into a radiant beacon. From miles away, the monument would shine, reflecting light, dominating the horizon. It was not only a tomb, it was a symbol of stability, permanence, and divine order. To the people of Egypt, it assured them that the king maintained balance, that the cosmos remained steady, that life would go on. The connection to the heavens was reinforced by the pyramid texts, again and again. They speak of the king ascending to the sky, joining the gods, becoming a star. They describe him mounting ladders of light, soaring like a falcon, sailing in Ra's solar boat. The pyramid provided the stage, the texts provided the script, and the rituals provided the performance. Together they bound earth to sky. Imagine the night sky above Giza 4,500 years ago. With little artificial light, the heavens blazed with stars. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness, a river of light mirroring the Nile below. Orion's belt, sharp and clear, rose above the horizon. The priests and astronomers, watching night after night, aligned their monument to these stars. The king, buried within, was not trapped in stones. He was projected outward, upward, into the eternal cycles of the cosmos. Even the placement of the pyramids themselves may hold symbolic meaning. Some scholars argue that the 3 pyramids of Giza mirror the 3 stars of Orion's belt. Whether intentional or not, the alignment has captured imaginations for centuries. To the Egyptians, stars were not distant points of light. They were gods, ancestors, eternal spirits. To become a star was to live forever. The pyramid, in its form and its orientation, made this possible. So the pyramid was many things at once. It was a tomb. It was a monument of power. It was a piece of the cosmos, anchored in stone. It was creation renewed, light captured, eternity made visible. It was heavy with symbolism, and yet, like all aspects of pyramid building, it was achieved through slow, repetitive, ordinary means: stone cut, stone hauled, stone placed. The cosmic was reached through the mundane. If you close your eyes, you can picture it. The desert night, cool and still. The pyramid looming, its sides smooth and shining, catching the light of the moon. Above, the stars blaze, Orion rising, the pole stars steady, the Milky Way flowing. The pyramid and the sky mirror each other, stone below, stars above, both eternal, both silent. And within that silence, the pharaoh ascends, block by block, prayer by prayer, into the eternal order of the cosmos. The pyramids were not isolated monuments. They were part of society, woven into the lives of ordinary Egyptians. To us, they appear as distant structures, set apart from the rhythms of daily life. But in their own time, they were central. They absorbed labor. They required resources. They shaped identity. They stood as reminders every day of the pharaoh's power and of the order, Mat, that governed the universe. The construction of a pyramid was a national project. It drew workers from across the land. Farmers, freed from their fields during the flood season of the Nile, traveled to the construction sites. Craftsmen from towns came to cut stone, to carve inscriptions, to fashion tools. Administrators recorded supplies. Priests prepared rituals. Bakers baked bread. Brewers brewed beer. Each person, in some way, was touched by the pyramid project. For those who labored directly, the experience was both demanding and communal. Living in workers' villages, sharing meals, pulling stones together, they became part of a collective effort. Their lives were shaped by the rhythm of labor and rest, bread and beer, sunrise and sunset. For them, the pyramid was not only a monument to the pharaoh, it was also a framework for their own existence, structuring their days and seasons. For those who remained in the villages and farms, the pyramids were still present. Taxes in the form of grain, livestock, and goods supported the workforce. Fields dedicated to feeding workers were part of the agricultural system. The economy of Egypt bent toward the pyramid, channeling resources into its construction. Every loaf baked in the workers' village had roots in the grain grown by distant farmers. Every jug of beer brewed at Giza was tied to barley, harvested along the Nile. The pyramids also reinforced social hierarchy. At the top was the pharaoh, divine and eternal, whose tomb rose in stone. Below him were the priests, nobles, and administrators who oversaw construction and maintained the mortuary cult. Below them were the skilled craftsmen, respected for their knowledge, and below them were the laborers, whose sweat moved the stone. Each level of society mirrored the structure of the pyramid itself, wide at the base, narrow at the top, all supporting the point that touched the sky. But the pyramids were not only about hierarchy, they were also about unity. To build such vast monuments required cooperation on a scale rarely seen. Men from different regions, different villages, different families worked side by side. They sang together as they pulled ropes. They ate from the same ovens. They drank from the same vats. The project created bonds that outlasted the labor itself. The pyramid was not just a monument of stone. It was a monument of people, of cooperation, of shared purpose. The presence of the pyramids also shaped religious life. Each monument had its mortuary temple, where priests continued rituals long after construction was complete. These temples employed staff, owned land, and maintained offerings. For local communities, the pyramid complex was a source of work, food, and spiritual reassurance. To see smoke rising from the temple To hear prayers recited was to know that the pharaoh's spirit was cared for, and that the balance of the world was maintained. In this way, the pyramid was both extraordinary and ordinary. Extraordinary in its scale, its ambition, its symbolic weight. Ordinary in its daily rhythms, its dependence on bread, beer, labor, and bureaucracy. To the Egyptians, it was not a distant wonder. It was part of life, as present as the Nile, as regular as the sun. Imagine, for a moment, the view of a farmer working his field near Giza. He lifts his eyes from the soil and sees, on the horizon, the great triangle of stone rising above the desert. Its sides gleam in the sun. It dominates the landscape, unchanging, immovable. For him, it is not only a tomb for a king. It is a reminder of order, of stability, of eternity. It reassures him that the gods are honored, that the world is in balance, that life will continue. The pyramids, then, were more than architecture. They were social instruments. They drew people together. They structured economies. They reinforced hierarchies. They provided work, food, identity, and meaning. They stood as symbols of unity and power, visible to all, enduring through generations. And in their endurance, they carried a rhythm slow, steady, repetitive, the rhythm of men pulling stones, the rhythm of bread baked each day, the rhythm of beer brewed in endless vats, the rhythm of taxes collected, rations counted, prayers recited, a rhythm that, like breath itself, continues without hurry, without drama, until it becomes calm, almost hypnotic. The pyramids shaped society, not with sudden shocks, but with steady weight. And in that steady weight, we find the same pattern that guides us toward rest, repetition, order, and the quiet assurance that life continues, block by block, day by day, until eternity itself seems close at hand. Behind every stone in the pyramids, there was grain. Behind every block hauled, there was beer. Behind every day of labor, there was a system of resources flowing from across Egypt into a single project. The pyramids were not only monuments of stone, they were monuments of economy vast, organized, and sustained for decades. The Nile was the heart of this economy. Each year it flooded, covering the fields with rich silt. When the waters receded, farmers planted wheat and barley. These crops fed the entire country. But during pyramid construction, large portions were diverted. Grain became bread, grain became beer, grain became rations that sustained the workforce. Without the river, there would be no crops. Without the crops, there would be no bread. Without bread, there would be no pyramid. Taxes supported this system. The Egyptian state did not collect coins, for coins did not yet exist. Instead, it collected produce. Farmers owed portions of their harvest to the crown. Herdsmen gave livestock. Fishermen contributed fish. Craftsmen gave labor or goods. These taxes were gathered, stored in granaries, and redistributed where needed. At Giza, they fed the workers, fueled the ovens, and filled the vats of beer. Archaeologists have found evidence of massive storage facilities near the pyramid sites. Rows of silos, once filled with grain, stood ready to supply the bakeries. Large pottery jars, used to store beer, wine, or oil, litter the remains of the workers' villages. These storage systems were not optional. They were essential. A single day without rations could halt work. A single failed harvest could delay construction. The pyramid was as dependent on grain as it was on stone. Livestock also played a role. Cattle, sheep, and goats were raised in large numbers. Meat was not the daily food of ordinary workers, but bones found at the site suggest that it was consumed, perhaps as special rations or rewards. Milk, hides, and wool added to the supplies. Each animal represented more than food. It represented wealth, power, and the ability of the state to mobilize resources. The pyramid economy also required tools. Copper had to be mined, smelted, and hammered into chisels. Wood, scarce in Egypt, had to be imported or carefully managed to make sledges, levers, and scaffolding. Rope was produced in endless quantities, twisted from papyrus and palm fiber. Each tool wore out quickly. Each needed replacement. Workshops hummed with constant activity, repairing and producing, ensuring that labor did not stop. Transportation formed another layer. Boats carried heavy granite blocks from Aswan, barley from distant farms, and supplies from across the land. The Nile was a highway, its waters filled with vessels moving in steady rhythm. Along canals and docks, goods were loaded and unloaded, counted by scribes, stacked in warehouses. Without these flows of transport, the pyramid project would have stalled. The state coordinated all of this. The pharaoh, at the center, commanded resources from across the kingdom. Governors of provinces collected grain and livestock. Officials managed transport. Scribes tracked the numbers. Bakers, brewers, and craftsmen carried out the daily work. The pyramid was not a single monument. It was a network, a web of economy stretching across the land. The scale is difficult to imagine. If tens of thousands of workers required rations each day, then each day demanded tens of thousands of loaves of bread and jugs of beer. Each loaf required grain. Each jug required barley. Each grain and seed represented fields worked, water drawn, harvests reaped. The pyramid was fed as much as it was built. But the economy was not only material, it was also symbolic. To contribute grain, livestock, or labor was not seen only as a tax. It was also a duty, a service to the gods and the king. The pyramid, after all, was eternal. To support it was to support eternity. Farmers who gave their harvest, herdsmen who gave their cattle, believed that they were participating in something larger than themselves. The economy was sacred as well as practical. Imagine the scene at a granary. Workers carry sacks of grain, pouring them into silos. Scribes sit with reed pens, marking the numbers on papyrus. Overseers watch carefully, counting aloud. Outside, donkeys bray, carts creak, and men lift heavy loads. The air is filled with dust and chatter, and in the distance, the pyramid rises, each block depending on the grain stored in these silos. The pyramid economy was not quick. It was steady, repetitive, endless. Fields planted, fields harvested, grain measured, grain stored, bread baked, beer brewed, rations distributed, work continued, over and over, year after year, until millions of stones had been moved. The miracle of the pyramids is not only in their size, but in the economy that sustained them. Without farmers, without herdsmen, without bakers and brewers, without scribes and overseers, the stone would have remained in the quarries. It was not only stone that built the pyramids. It was wheat, it was barley, it was patience. And in that patience, in that endless cycle of planting, harvesting, baking, and brewing, we hear again the same rhythm, slow, steady, monotonous, a rhythm that carries us forward without haste, like the current of the Nile itself, until the mind grows quiet and the body drifts into sleep. When we imagine the pyramids, we think of stone and sweat. We see men pulling ropes, dragging sledges, cutting blocks under the sun. But behind every movement of stone was another kind of work, the work of writing, counting, and recording. Without administration, the pyramids could not have risen. Without scribes, there would have been no order, no food, no tools, no labor. The true architects of the pyramids were not only masons and overseers, but also men with reed pens and rolls of papyrus. The scribes formed a class of specialists. They were educated in writing, trained to use hieroglyphs and hieratic script. Their tools were simple: reed pens cut to a point, ink made from soot and ochre, and papyrus sheets pressed from the reeds of the Nile. With these, they recorded the endless details of pyramid construction: numbers of workers, numbers of loaves, numbers of jars of beer, deliveries of stone, absences of laborers, breakages of tools. Every detail, no matter how small, was written down. Archaeologists have found fragments of these records, astracypts of limestone or pottery bare, quick notes, papyrus scrolls, rare but precious, preserved lists and accounts. In one fragment, a scribe notes, one man absent, making offerings. In another, 2 men absent, bitten by scorpion. Even such small details mattered, because every absence affected the rhythm of labor. The scribes were everywhere. They stood at the quarries, recording how many blocks were cut. They stood at the docks, recording how many stones arrived by boat. They stood at the bakeries, recording how many loaves were baked, how many distributed, how many remained in storage. Their presence was constant, their pens moving as steadily as the hands that hold rope. Above the scribes were the administrators. Overseers coordinated teams of workers. Higher officials coordinated the overseers. Governors of provinces ensured that taxes in grain and livestock were collected and transported to Giza, at the very top. The vizier, the chief official of Egyptova, saw the entire project, reporting directly to the pharaoh. The pyramid was not only a monument of stone, but also a monument of bureaucracy. The administration divided labor into units. Workers were organized into crews, crews into divisions, divisions into larger groups. Each had its own overseer, its own name, sometimes humorous or symbolic. Graffiti carved into blocks preserved these names, like the Friends of Khufu or the Drunkards of Menkan. Such inscriptions remind us that even within bureaucracy there was humor, camaraderie and pride. But, humor aside, the system was strict. Rations were distributed according to records. A man who failed to appear risked losing his bread and beer. A scribe's tally determined whether a team received its due. Numbers, written in ink on papyrus, carried weight equal to stone. The administration also managed tools. Copper chisels had to be distributed, collected, and reshaped. Ropes had to be counted. Sledges repaired, wood imported. Each item was tracked, assigned, and replaced. Nothing was left to chance. Every tool had its place in the records, just as every stone had its place in the pyramid. Imagine, for a moment, the work of a scribe at dawn. He sits in the shade of a mud brick wall, papyrus stretched before him. Workers file past, each receiving loaves of bread. He marks numbers carefully. 5 loaves here, 3 loaves there, a jug of beer for each. Later, he walks to the quarry. Blocks are being cut. He counts them, notes their size, writes down the names of the crews responsible. The sun climbs higher. His pen scratches steadily. Around him, the noise of labor rises and falls, but his work is silent, precise, repetitive. The miracle of the pyramids, once again, is not mystery. It is monotony. The monotony of men writing numbers, of lists copied again and again, of scrolls filled with accounts. Stone was heavy, but ink was light. Together, they built eternity. Even after the pyramid was finished, the administration continued. The mortuary temple required staff, land, and supplies. Priests needed rations. Statues needed maintenance. Offerings needed recording. The bureaucracy lived on, as much a monument to permanence as the pyramid itself. And so we see that the pyramids were as much about writing as about stone. They were built not only by hands that hold, but by hands that wrote. Without scribes, there would have been no bread, no beer, no tools, no order. The pyramid was not only a triumph of engineering, but also a triumph of administration. If you close your eyes, you can imagine the sound of a reed pen scratching against papyrus. Soft, steady, repetitive. The same sound repeated by hundreds of scribes, day after day, as the pyramid grew. The pyramid is silent stone, but behind it is the murmur of ink, the quiet rhythm of numbers, the calm patience of writing. And in that rhythm we find once more the same pattern, slow, steady, monotonous. A rhythm that soothes, that calms, that carries us gently into stillness and sleep. The pyramids were not only tombs, not only monuments, not only sacred stairways to eternity. They were also instruments of politics. They were declarations carved into stone, meant to last forever. They proclaimed the authority of the pharaoh, his connection to the gods, and his power over the land. To build a pyramid was to send a message, not just to the living, but to the future. In ancient Egypt, power was fragile. Dynasties rose and fell. Rivals contended for the throne. The Nile's floods could fail. Crops could wither. Unrest could grow. In this uncertain world, the pyramid was a statement of stability. It said, "Here is a king, strong enough to command the labor of thousands, rich enough to command the resources of a nation, divine enough to build a stairway to the sky. The politics of the pyramid began with its scale. To see the Great Pyramid rising above the desert was to see the pharaoh's greatness in physical form. Its size alone communicated authority. No words were needed, no proclamations required. The monument itself was the message. The king is eternal. The king is powerful. The king is closer to the gods than any other. The pyramid was also propaganda in stone. It reminded subjects daily of their ruler's divinity. Farmers working their fields near Giza could look up and see the monument gleaming in the sunlight. Travelers along the Nile could glimpse its sharp edges from afar. The king's presence was not limited to palaces or temples. It towered above the land, visible from miles away, constant, unchanging. The construction itself reinforced political control. By mobilizing thousands of workers, the pharaoh demonstrated his command over the population. By feeding and housing them, he showed his ability to provide. The project required cooperation from across the kingdom: farmers, craftsmen, administrators, priests. Each person, in some way, became part of the king's vision. The pyramid was not only a tomb, it was a machine for unity, binding people together under royal authority. The choice of location was also political. The Giza Plateau, high and dry above the floodplain, stood as a symbol of permanence. Each pyramid aligned with temples, causeways, and smaller tombs, forming a sacred landscape of power. The king's pyramid stood at the center, flanked by smaller pyramids for queens, surrounded by mastabas for officials. This arrangement reinforced hierarchy, visually displaying the order of society. The king at the top, nobles below, commoners at the base. Even the afterlife cults served politics. Priests who maintained offerings at the mortuary temples did so in the king's name. Land dedicated to these temples ensured ongoing wealth and influence. The king's memory was preserved, not only spiritually, but socially. To serve in the cult was to serve royal power, long after the king's death. The pyramid also connected politics with religion, by presenting himself as the son of Ra, the embodiment of Horus and the heir of Osiris. The pharaoh merged divine authority with earthly rule. The pyramid, aligned with stars and shaped like a ray of the sun, gave physical proof of this divine connection. It reassured the people that their king was not merely a man, but a god among them, eternal in life and in death. Imagine the impression left on a visitor to Giza during the reign of Khufu. Approaching from the river, he would see the pyramid gleaming in the sunlight, dwarfing everything around it. He would walk along the long causeway, lined with reliefs and decorated with images of the king. He would enter the temple, where priests performed rituals in honor of the ruler. Every step would remind him of the king's greatness, his divinity, his control. Politics was not hidden. It was embodied in stone. And this message endured, even after dynasties shifted, even after names were forgotten. The pyramids remained. They continued to proclaim, silently but powerfully, that once there were kings who ruled the land and commanded eternity. The politics of stone outlasted the politics of men. The pyramids, then, were not passive monuments. They were active instruments of power. They shaped how people saw their rulers. They reinforced hierarchy, unity, and divine kingship. They made the pharaoh visible, not only in his lifetime, but across millennia. And in their endurance, they remind us of the rhythm of politics itself. Ambition rises, like stone upon stone. Authority is built, block by block. Legitimacy is reinforced, prayer by prayer, offering by offering. The process is not quick. It is slow, steady, repetitive. Just like the stones, just like the breath, just like the drift toward sleep. The pyramids of Giza were built more than 45 centuries ago, during what historians call the Old Kingdom. Khufu, Kaffa, Menkarith, these names still echo today. But when the Old Kingdom ended, the pyramids did not vanish. They remained silent and immovable, watching as dynasties shifted, as power changed hands, as centuries passed. Their legacy stretched far beyond the kings who first commanded them. When the Old Kingdom collapsed around 2200 BCE, Egypt entered a time of difficulty known as the First Intermediate Period. Authority weakened, central power fragmented. The wealth and unity that had once fueled the Great Pyramid projects dissolved. No more monuments of such scale were built. Yet the pyramids themselves continued to stand. They became reminders of a time of greatness, markers of stability in an unstable age. For the Egyptians of later periods, the pyramids were symbols of the divine kingship of old. Even when resources no longer allowed for monuments on the same scale, the idea of the pyramid remained sacred. Smaller pyramids were built during the Middle Kingdom, more modest in size, but carrying the same symbolism. The shape, the alignment, the connection to the sun and the stars, all of these remained central to Egyptian thought. The mortuary temples attached to the Giza pyramids also continued to function for centuries. Priests maintained offerings, recited prayers, and honored the spirits of the long-dead kings. The cults of Khufu, Kafir, and Menkaure did not end with their lifetimes. They stretched on, woven into the daily rhythms of Egyptian religion. Even when new rulers rose, the old kings were not forgotten. The presence of the pyramids also influenced literature. Ancient Egyptian texts often looked back on the Pyramid Age as a golden era. The wisdom texts, written by scribes, sometimes referred to the stability and greatness of the early kings. In these writings, the pyramids were not only stoned, they were memories, ideals, examples of order and permanence. Even politically, the pyramids mattered long after their builders were gone. Later pharaohs could not match their scale, but they could connect themselves symbolically to the legacy of the Old Kingdom. To build even a small pyramid was to declare continuity, to claim the same divine authority as Khufu and Khufu. The shape itself became shorthand for kingship, power, and eternal life. And yet, over time, the pyramids also became quarries. Blocks were stripped away, reused in other buildings. Temples fell into ruin. Sand drifted over causeways. The gleaming white casing stones, once polished to brilliance, were taken to build mosques and houses in medieval Cairo. The pyramids changed, but they did not vanish. Their cores endured, massive and immovable. The endurance of the pyramids gave them a second life. Even when stripped and worn, they continued to dominate the horizon. Travelers wrote of them, poets described them, foreigners marveled at them. The Greeks, arriving centuries later, counted them among the wonders of the world. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, repeated stories of their construction, stories that echo even into our time. In this way, the pyramids lived beyond their builders. They became part of Egypt's identity, not limited to one dynasty or one era. They were the background against which new kings ruled, new cities rose, new gods were worshipped. To see the pyramids was to remember that Egypt was ancient, powerful, and eternal. Imagine standing at Giza in the Middle Kingdom. The pyramids are already old. The casing stones are still in place, gleaming in the sun. Priests continue their offerings. Farmers in the fields glance upward at the monuments, just as their ancestors did centuries earlier. Children play in the shadow of the stone. Life has changed, rulers have changed, but the pyramids remain. The legacy of the pyramids after the Old Kingdom is one of endurance. They endured political collapse. They endured economic decline. They endured the erosion of time and the ambitions of later rulers. They remained as symbols of eternity, carrying meaning long after their original purpose had faded. And in their endurance, they remind us of the rhythm of history itself. Dynasties rise, dynasties fall. Temples are built, temples are abandoned. Crops are planted, crops are harvested. But the pyramids stand silent, steady, unchanging. Like breath itself, they continue, slow and constant, guiding us toward calm, toward stillness, toward sleep. By the time the Greeks arrived in Egypt, the pyramids were already ancient. More than 2,000 years had passed since the reign of Khufu. Dynasties had risen and fallen. The Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, the New Kingdom had left their mark. Yet through it all, the pyramids endured. When Greek travelers first saw them, they did not see ruins. They saw wonders. The Greeks had their own ideas of greatness: temples, statues, cities. But nothing they had known compared to the sheer scale of the pyramids. To them, these monuments were not only impressive, they were incomprehensible. They seemed eternal, beyond the reach of time. And so the Greeks wove them into their own imagination. They placed the pyramids among the 7 wonders of the world, alongside the hanging gardens of Babylon and the statue of Zeus at Olympia. Herodotus, often called the father of history, visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE. He wrote about the pyramids, repeating stories told by local guides. He described vast numbers of workers, endless years of labor, and enormous sums of money spent. His account, though not always accurate, shows how the pyramids struck the imagination. To Herodotus, they were not only buildings, they were legends. He recorded tales of kings forcing their people to labor, of wealth poured into stone, of secrets hidden within. Later Greek writers continued the fascination. Diodorus of Sicily, writing in the 1st century BCE, offered his own descriptions. He, too, marveled at the size, the scale, the endurance, but he also noted that no tombs had been found inside already by his time. The burial chambers had been looted or left empty. To him, this absence deepened the mystery. Why build such vast monuments if they could not protect what they were meant to hold? The Romans, inheriting the Greek tradition, were equally fascinated. When Rome conquered Egypt in 30 BCE, the pyramids became symbols not only of Egypt's past, but also of Rome's new power. Emperors visited Giza. Soldiers marched past the monuments. Writers recorded their impressions. Pliny the Elder, in his Natural History, described the pyramids with awe and some disdain, calling them monuments of vanity, yet acknowledging their grandeur. To the Greeks and Romans, the pyramids were both admirable and puzzling. They could not fully explain how such structures had been built. They speculated about ramps, about machines, about countless workers. Some saw them as monuments of kings' arrogance, wasting resources on stone. Others saw them as symbols of divine connection, proof that Egypt was unlike any other land. For travelers, the pyramids were destinations. Pilgrims, scholars, and curious sightseers journeyed to Giza. They climbed the lower courses of the stone. They scratched their names into the blocks. They stood in the shadow of the Great Triangle and tried to grasp its meaning. Already in antiquity, the pyramids were not only tombs, they were attractions. Imagine a Greek traveler standing at the base of the Great Pyramid. He tilts his head back, squinting in the sun. He sees the sides rising above him, higher than any temple he has ever known. He walks along the base, step after step, until the distance exhausts him. He touches the stone, cool in the morning shade, rough under his hand. He feels small, humbled, as if standing before something not built by men, but by gods. The Romans, practical in their own way, sometimes used the pyramids as quarries. Blocks were taken, repurposed for other buildings, yet the core endured. Even stripped, even weathered, the pyramids remained. They could not be erased, only diminished. Their presence was too great, their weight too immense. Through Greek and Roman eyes, the pyramids became more than Egyptian monuments. They became global wonders, known across the Mediterranean world. They were written into books, taught in schools, remembered in poems. Their meaning expanded beyond Egypt, entering the imagination of other cultures, becoming part of human history as a whole. And so, the legacy of the pyramids stretched further, no longer tied only to the pharaohs who built them. They became symbols of eternity itself. For Greeks, they were proof of Egypt's antiquity. For Romans, they were trophies of conquest. For both, they were reminders that human ambition, once expressed in stone, could outlast time. If you close your eyes, you can picture these travelers, Greek scholars with scrolls in hand, taking notes. Roman soldiers leaning on their spears, staring upward. merchants resting in the shade, marveling at what they see. The pyramid rises above them all, unchanged, unmoved, steady. It receives their gaze silently, just as it received the gaze of its builders centuries before, just as it receives ours today. The pyramids, through Greek and Roman eyes, were not mysteries solved, but wonders acknowledged. And in that acknowledgement, they entered the story of the world, carrying their calm, immovable presence across cultures and across centuries. By the time the Middle Ages began, the pyramids were already old beyond imagination. They had stood for more than 3,000 years. Empires had risen and fallen. Dynasties had come and gone. The Greeks had marveled at them. The Romans had ruled over them. And still, the pyramids remained, silent in the desert, watching. In the medieval imagination, they were both real and mysterious. Monuments whose meaning was half remembered, half reinvented. In the Islamic world, the pyramids inspired curiosity and wonder. Arab scholars and travelers visited Giza and wrote of what they saw. To them, the pyramids were not simply tombs. They were ancient structures filled with secrets. Some believed they held treasures. Others believed they preserved knowledge from times before the flood of Noah. Their silence invited speculation, and speculation became part of their story. Writers such as Al-Makrizi, a medieval Egyptian historian, recorded traditions about the pyramids. He noted that people believed they were storehouses built to preserve knowledge, science, and wisdom from an earlier age. Some thought the pyramids were constructed by the prophet Idris, whom the Greeks identified with Hermes Trismegistus. In this way, the pyramids became linked not only to Egyptian kings, but to universal figures of wisdom. Travelers described their scale with awe. Climbing the pyramids was difficult, but not impossible. Step by step, course by course, men ascended the sides, leaving scratches, carvings, and graffiti. From the summit, they looked across the Nile Valley, the city of Fustat, and later Cairo. The pyramids became landmarks, visible from far and near, symbols not only of the past, but also of the living present. At the same time, the pyramids were quarried. Their smooth, white casing stones, once gleaming in the sun, were stripped away. Many were taken to build mosques, palaces, and fortifications in Cairo. The city grew, and the pyramids became a source of material. Yet, even as they were diminished, they remained immovable. Their cores resisted, their weight endured. Legends also surrounded the pyramids in medieval times. Some believed that they contained magical inscriptions, hidden chambers, and buried wisdom. Tales of secret passages and hidden treasures circulated widely. Stories told of kings who had sealed gold, jewels, and ancient texts inside, guarded by traps and curses. These legends blurred fact and fiction, but they kept the pyramids alive in imagination. Poets and scholars sometimes wrote of them as symbols of vanity minders of kings who sought immortality in stone but could not escape death. Others wrote of them as symbols of eternity, proof that some human works could outlast time itself. Both views existed side by side, the pyramid as folly and the pyramid as wonder. For ordinary people, The pyramids were simply part of the landscape. Farmers worked their fields in the shadow of the great stones. Caravans passed nearby. Pilgrims on their way to Cairo saw them from the road. Children played among the ruins of temples and causeways. The pyramids were not distant marvels. They were neighbors, amends, unchanging, familiar. Imagine a traveler in the 12th century. He arrives at Giza after days of riding through the desert. Before him rise the pyramids, weathered but still sharp against the sky. He touches the stone, rough and warm from the sun. He walks along the base, his steps echoing. He looks upward, the sides towering above, his neck straining. He hears the wind whistle across the desert, carrying with it the voices of the past. He writes in his journal, describing what he has seen, knowing that no words can fully capture it. The medieval imagination gave the pyramids new life. No longer just tombs, they became symbols of lost knowledge, of hidden wisdom, of treasures waiting to be found. They connected the ancient world with the present, the pharaohs with prophets, Egypt with the wider world of Islam and beyond. And yet, for all the legends and stories, the pyramids remained the same. Blocks of stone, millions of them, set in place centuries earlier, unmoving, unchanging. Their meaning shifted, but their form endured. They absorbed new stories just as they had absorbed the winds of the desert. The pyramids in the Middle Ages remind us of history's rhythm. Each era interprets them anew. Each generation tells its stories. Each traveler writes his account. The pyramids listen in silence. They do not answer. They simply remain calm and steady, repeating their presence across centuries. And in their steadiness, in their monotony, they soothe us. Like the slow rhythm of breath, they persist unchanged, until the mind drifts into the same stillness, the same silence, the same sleep. As the Middle Ages gave way to the Renaissance, the pyramids once again found themselves in the gaze of new travelers. European explorers, scholars, and pilgrims journeyed to Egypt. Curious about the land described in the Bible, the writings of the Greeks, and the legends passed down through centuries, the pyramids, already ancient, became new once more. In the 15th and 16th centuries, pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land often passed through Egypt. They stopped in Cairo, visited the mosques, and made their way to Giza. Their accounts describe astonishment, confusion, and wonder. To them, the pyramids were not simply tombs. They were enigmas. They were monuments too large to ignore, too silent to explain, too enduring to dismiss. Some European visitors relied on classical authors such as Herodotus and Pliny to interpret what they saw. They repeated stories of countless workers, of cruel kings, of hidden treasures sealed in stone. Others speculated that the pyramids were granaries, built by Joseph of the Bible to store food during the years of famine. This interpretation, though inaccurate, became popular in Europe for centuries, repeated in books, sermons, and paintings. The pyramids, in this vision, were not tombs of kings, but storehouses of survival. Artists and map-makers also included the pyramids in their works. In woodcuts and engravings, They appeared as sharp triangles rising above the desert, symbols of mystery on the horizon. Their images traveled across Europe, printed in books, copied in sketches, admired by those who would never see Egypt with their own eyes. The pyramids became part of the European imagination, symbols of the exotic and the eternal. By the 17th century, travelers began to describe the pyramids with greater detail. Scholars measured their sides, their heights, their angles. They attempted to calculate how many stones were used, how much labor was required, how long construction must have taken. These early scientific efforts were often inaccurate, but they showed a shift. The pyramids were no longer seen only as wonders. They were seen as puzzles to be solved, problems to be measured, monuments to be explained. The fascination grew in the 18th century, during the Age of Enlightenment. Philosophers and scientists debated their purpose. Were they tombs? Were they temples? Were they symbols of astronomy, aligned with the stars? Books circulated across Europe, filled with theories, speculations, and illustrations. Some writers claimed that the pyramids held secret wisdom from lost civilizations. Others argued that they were symbols of geometry, perfection in stone. The silence of the pyramids allowed every imagination to leave its mark. Imagine a European traveler of the 17th century. He approaches the pyramids on horseback, guided by local villagers. Dust rises around him as he draws near. At last, he sees them, massive and immovable, rising above the desert. He dismounts, touches the stone, feels its rough surface. He looks upward, squinting in the bright sun. He opens his notebook, dips his pen in ink, and begins to write, knowing that whatever he records, it will not fully capture the weight of what he sees. For Europeans of the Renaissance and beyond, the pyramids became bridges between past and present. They linked biblical stories with classical texts, myths with science, imagination with observation. They stood as reminders that history was deeper than anyone had known, that human achievement stretched further into the past than many had believed. By the time Napoleon's expedition reached Egypt in 1798, the pyramids had already been described countless times. But the French scholars who accompanied him measured them carefully, mapped them in detail, and published their findings in massive volumes. The pyramids entered modern science, no longer only legends or wonders, but subjects of archaeology, mathematics, and history. And yet, through all these centuries of rediscovery, the pyramids themselves did not change. They remained blocks of stone, stacked patiently, weathered by wind and sand. Their meaning shifted with each generation. To Greeks, they were wonders. To Romans, they were trophies. To medieval Arabs, they were storehouses of wisdom. To Renaissance Europeans, they were mysteries, perhaps granaries, perhaps tombs, perhaps something more. Each age projected its own imagination onto them. The pyramids remind us that history is not only what happened, but also what people believe happened. Their silence allows us to fill the gaps with our own stories. And in that silence, in that patience, they continue to endure, carrying meaning across centuries. If you close your eyes, you can imagine the scene: caravans crossing the desert, scholars sketching in notebooks, pilgrims kneeling in prayer, artists carving woodcuts, philosophers debating in distant halls, all of them connected in their own way to the same silent stones rising above the sands of Giza. The rediscovery of the pyramids during the Renaissance was not the end of their story. It was only another chapter, another repetition, another rhythm in their long life. And in that rhythm, slow, steady, unchanging, we find once more the calm of eternity, the quiet of the desert, the stillness that guides us towards sleep. At the end of the 18th century, Egypt once again became the focus of foreign eyes. In 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte led a French expedition into the land of the Nile. His army was not only soldiers, it was also scholars, engineers, artists, and scientists. More than 150 savants accompanied him, men trained to observe, to measure, to record. With them, Egypt entered a new chapter of its history, not only as a land of conquest, but as a land of study. When Napoleon's army marched into Giza, the pyramids were already ancient, already weathered, already standing as they had for more than 4,000 years. Soldiers posed before them, climbing the blocks, scratching their names into the stone. Napoleon himself looked upon the Great Pyramid and is said to have told his troops, "From the heights of these pyramids, 40 centuries look down upon you. Whether or not the words are exact, the sentiment is true." The pyramids became symbols, linking Napoleon's ambitions with the weight of history. But beyond the soldiers came the scholars. They measured the pyramids carefully. They mapped the plateau, recording the positions of temples, tombs, and causeways. They calculated the height of the Great Pyramid, the angle of its sides, the length of its base. They drew sketches of its interior passages, noting every chamber, every corridor, every block of granite. For the first time, the pyramids were studied not only as wonders, but as scientific subjects. The work of these scholars was published in a monumental series known as the Description de l'Egypte. These volumes, filled with drawings, measurements, and observations, spread across Europe. Readers who had never set foot in Egypt could see the pyramids on the printed page, could imagine their scale, could marvel at their detail. The silence of the stones was broken by ink, their immobility carried into books that traveled the world. The expedition also uncovered another key to Egypt's past, the Rosetta Stone, discovered in 1799 by French soldiers near the town of Rosetta. This black basalt slab carried inscriptions in 3 scripts: hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, though not part of the pyramids themselves. The Rosetta Stone would eventually allow scholars to unlock the language of ancient Egypt. It connected the world of the pharaohs with the world of modern science. The French expedition did not last. The British Navy, under Admiral Nelson, defeated Napoleon's fleet at the Battle of the Nile. French forces were eventually forced to withdraw, but the work of the scholars remained. Their notes, drawings, and measurements survived. Their publications spread fascination with Egypt across Europe. The study of ancient monuments, once the domain of travelers and poets, became a discipline. Egyptology was born. Bear, the pyramids, in this context, gained new life. They were no longer only wonders, no longer only mysteries, no longer only the subject of legends. They became data, heights, angles, volumes, orientations were recorded. Their presence entered the realm of science, of measurement, of study. Yet even in numbers, their silence endured. The figures could describe them, but not exhaust them. Imagine a French scholar standing at the base of the Great Pyramid in 1798. He carries a notebook, a compass, a ruler. He places stakes in the sand, stretches a rope, records the angle. The sun beats down. The stone warms beneath his hand. Around him, soldiers rest in the shade, their uniforms dusty, their weapons heavy. The scholar writes carefully, line after line, numbers filling his page. His work is not glamorous. It is steady, patient, repetitive, just like the pyramid itself. The legacy of Napoleon's expedition was not only military, it was intellectual. It brought Egypt into the modern world of study. It transformed monuments into subjects of science. It inspired generations of scholars to measure, to excavate, to decipher. The pyramids, silent for millennia, began to speak again, not with voices, but with numbers, drawings, and translations. And yet, through all this, the pyramids remained what they had always been. Stone upon stone, block upon block, weight upon weight. The scholars measured them, but they did not change them. The soldiers posed before them, but they did not move them. The pyramids endured, as they always had, steady and calm, silent and eternal. The birth of Egyptology was the birth of new stories, new explanations, new understandings. But beneath it all, the pyramids continued their own story, the story of patience, of repetition, of silence. And in that silence, we too can find calm, letting the weight of centuries guide us, slowly, gently, into rest. When Napoleon's expedition ended, Egypt did not return to silence. Instead, it entered a new age of attention. The 19th century became a time of discovery, of exploration, of excavation. Scholars and adventurers from across Europe journeyed to the Nile, drawn by fascination, ambition, and the enduring mystery of the pyramids. Some came as travelers, curious to see what they had read in books. Others came as scientists, armed with notebooks, compasses, and measuring tools. Still others came as treasure hunters, hoping to find gold, jewels, or hidden chambers. Each left their mark, some more careful, some more destructive, but all contributed to the growing story of Egyptology. In the early 19th century, figures such as Giovanni Battista Caviglia explored the pyramids of Giza. A former sea captain from Genoa, Caviglia turned his energy toward uncovering ancient monuments. He cleared sand from the base of the Sphinx, revealing its body once more after centuries of burial. He entered the Great Pyramid, mapping passages and chambers. His methods were crude, but his work brought the monuments back into view. Soon after, British explorers such as Colonel Richard William Howard Vyse arrived. In the 1830s, Vyse conducted large-scale excavations at Giza. using gunpowder to break through walls. He forced his way into hidden chambers above the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. There, he discovered quarry marks red painted inscriptions naming Khufu. These marks provided key evidence that the pyramid truly belonged to Khufu, ending centuries of speculation. Yet Weiss's methods were violent, leaving scars on the monuments. Other scholars, more careful, advanced the field with patience. Carl Richard Lepsius, a German Egyptologist, led an expedition in the 1840s. He surveyed dozens of pyramids, recording measurements, inscriptions, and drawings. His work, published in massive volumes, remains a foundation of modern Egyptology. Unlike treasure hunters, Lepsius sought knowledge, not wealth. He treated the monuments not as mysteries to be looted, but as texts to be read. The 19th century was also the century of decipherment. In 1822, Jean-Francois Champollion announced that he had cracked the code of hieroglyphs using the Rosetta Stone. With this breakthrough, the silent walls of Egypt began to speak. Inscriptions in tombs, temples, and pyramids could now be read. The names of kings, the prayers of priests, the records of workers all became accessible. The pyramids were no longer mute. They told their own stories. As archaeology advanced, methods improved. Instead of blasting, scholars began to dig carefully, recording layers, preserving artifacts. Museums in Europe filled with Egyptian objects, statues, tools, papyri, fragments of stone. Some were taken with permission, others without. Egypt's past became a subject of fascination in London, Paris, Berlin, and beyond. The pyramids, as the most visible symbols, stood at the center of this attention. Imagine the scene in the 1830s. A team of explorers camp at Giza. Their tents flap in the desert wind. Camels rest nearby, loaded with supplies. By torchlight, men enter the passages of the Great Pyramid, their footsteps echoing. They carry tools, lanterns, ropes. The air inside is heavy, still, silent. They measure walls, note inscriptions, hammer through stone. Outside, the pyramid rises above them, unmoved, unchanging, watching. For the Egyptians living nearby, the explorers were both strange and familiar. Strange because they dug into monuments that had stood untouched for centuries. Familiar because the pyramids had always drawn attention, always attracted stories. Local workers joined the excavations, hauling sand, carrying tools, guiding foreigners through the desert. The pyramids became once again a place of labor, as they had been millennia before. The 19th century transformed the pyramids in the eyes of the world. They were no longer only wonders of antiquity, no longer only legends told by travelers. They became subjects of science, of history, of systematic study. Their stones were measured, their inscriptions copied, their builders identified. The foundations of modern Egyptology were laid in these years, even if the methods were sometimes clumsy. And yet, through all this, the pyramids themselves did not change. The explorers entered their chambers, but the stones remained. The sand was cleared, but the weight endured. The names of kings were read, but the blocks stayed silent. The pyramids absorbed the attention of scholars, just as they had absorbed the wind and sand for centuries. The 19th century explorers remind us of the rhythm of discovery. Step by step, detail by detail, the story of the pyramids was uncovered, not in sudden revelation, but in slow, repetitive work measuring, recording, copying, publishing, a rhythm as steady as breath, as endless as stone, as soothing as the drift into sleep. By the end of the 19th century, attitudes toward the pyramids were beginning to change. Earlier explorers had blasted walls with gunpowder, tunneled recklessly through chambers, and carried away artifacts with little record. Their goal was often treasure, fame, or quick results. But as the century drew to a close, a new spirit emerged. Spirit of science, of patience, of method. Archaeology was no longer the work of adventurers. It was becoming the work of scholars in Britain, France, and Germany. Universities began to support the study of Egypt. Museums funded excavations, not only to collect artifacts, but also to understand them. Scholars trained in languages, in history, in architecture, traveled to Egypt with more deliberate plans. Their notebooks filled with careful drawings. Their publications grew more precise. The pyramids, once seen as mysterious tombs or fabulous wonders, became case studies in ancient engineering, religion, and society. One of the leading figures of this shift was Sir Flinders Petrie. Arriving in Egypt in the 1880s, Petrie brought with him not dynamite, but measuring rods. He carefully recorded the dimensions of the Great Pyramid, calculating its angles, its alignments, its proportions. His precision was remarkable. He measured not only the visible stones, but also the smallest irregularities. From these, he concluded that the builders had achieved astonishing accuracy with simple tools. His work showed that the pyramids were not the product of lost technology or mysterious powers, but of skill, patience, and method. Petrie also emphasized contact. Where earlier explorers had taken statues or tools without noting their location, Petrie insisted on recording where each object was found. He introduced the idea that even small fragments, spottery shards, broken tools, pieces of rope were valuable. They told stories not of kings, but of workers. They revealed the daily life behind the monuments. This shift marked the birth of scientific archaeology in Egypt. The pyramids were no longer just symbols of pharaohs. They became windows into the society that built them. Worker villages, bakeries, storage rooms, and cemeteries gained attention. The people behind the stones, long forgotten, began to reappear in the record. Meanwhile, Egypt itself was changing. Under Ottoman rule, and later under British control, the management of antiquities became a matter of policy. The Egyptian Antiquities Service was founded aiming to protect monuments from uncontrolled looting. Museums in Cairo began to preserve objects within the country, even as many others were still shipped abroad. The pyramids, once freely quarried for stone, were now guarded as treasures of history. Imagine a dig at Giza in the late 1800s. The sun rises over the plateau, Teams of Egyptian workers clear sand slowly, basket by basket. At the center, a British archaeologist kneels, notebook in hand, sketching a fragment of pottery. He marks its position carefully on a plan. Behind him, the Great Pyramid looms, steady, unchanging, its shadow falling across the site. The work is not rushed. It is deliberate. Each step is recorded. Each find is noted. The publications of this era were different, too. They were not only stories of adventures, they were detailed reports, filled with measurements, drawings, and catalogues. Scholars in Europe could read them, study them, debate them. The pyramids became part of academic discourse, subjects for lectures, theses, and scholarly argument. Yet for all the progress, the rhythm remained the same. Stone upon stone, sand upon sand, detail upon detail. Archaeology, like the pyramids themselves, was built on patience, on repetition, on small actions that accumulated into something lasting. The end of the 19th century also brought photography. Cameras recorded the pyramids as they were capturing their forms in images more precise than sketches. These photographs spread across the world, appearing in books, newspapers, and exhibitions. People who would never travel to Egypt could now see the pyramids with their own eyes. Their silence reached further than ever before. By 1900, the pyramids had entered a new phase. They were no longer only monuments of wonder or targets of treasure hunters. They were objects of study, preserved, measured, and analyzed. They had survived centuries of change, and now they were at the center of a science, still young but growing. And yet, through all this, the pyramids themselves did not change. The archaeologists measured them, but they remained the same. The photographs captured them, but they remained silent. The studies filled books, but the stones endured. The pyramids absorbed attention as they had absorbed wind and sand, patient, steady, eternal. The birth of scientific archaeology reminds us that knowledge grows slowly. It is not built in sudden leaps, but in small steps, measuring, recording, repeating. Like the builders who placed the stones, the scholars of the 19th century added detail upon detail until an understanding began to rise. And in that slow rhythm, we find once more the calm of patience, the steady beat of repetition, the quiet that leads to sleep. As the 20th century began, archaeology in Egypt entered a new stage. The reckless blasting and hurried digging of earlier explorers gave way to more careful, systematic work. The pyramids were no longer seen only as monuments to kings. They were seen as parts of a wider landscape: villages, workshops, cemeteries, and temples. The focus shifted from treasure to context, from isolated wonders to living communities. One of the most important discoveries came at Giza, near the pyramids themselves. Excavations revealed the remains of a workers' village, where the laborers who built the pyramids had once lived. Mud brick houses stood in neat rows, each with small rooms, hearths, and courtyards. Bakers' ovens still held traces of ash. Breweries still showed the outlines of great vats. The village was modest, but it was organized. efficient, and alive with activity. Nearby, archaeologists uncovered vast bakeries. Dozens of round ovens stood side by side, blackened with the soot of 4,000 years. From these ovens, bread was baked in unimaginable quantities, enough to feed thousands of men day after day. Beer vats stood alongside them, evidence of the drink that sustained workers as much as bread. The rhythm of daily life, grinding, kneading, baking, brewing code silently in the ruins. The excavations also revealed cemeteries for workers, simple tombs, cut into the rock or built of stone, held the remains of men and women who had labored near the pyramids. Their skeletons told stories, broken bones that had healed, showing medical care, worn joints, showing hard labor, traces of diet, showing bread, beer, and onions. These graves proved that the workers were not slaves discarded in death, but valued members of a community, buried with respect. Tools and artifacts were also found: copper chisels worn from use, stone pounders, wooden sledges, fragments of rope. These were not treasures of gold, but treasures of understanding. They showed how ordinary objects, multiplied by thousands, made extraordinary monuments possible. The pyramids were not the work of magic. They were the work of tools, hands, and endless repetition. Archaeologists also uncovered administrative buildings, inscriptions, astraca, and fragments of papyrus revealed the bureaucracy that sustained the project. Lists of rations, names of crews, deliveries of stone ore were carefully recorded. The scribes, invisible in the shadow of the pyramids, became visible again through their writing. Their quiet work, as steady as the builder's labor, came back to life in ink on broken shards. The early 20th century also saw the rise of Egyptian archaeologists. For centuries, foreign explorers had dominated the field, carrying objects to museums in Europe and America. Now, Egyptians themselves began to lead excavations, to publish findings, to claim ownership of their own past. The pyramids were not only monuments of history, they were monuments of national identity, symbols of continuity between ancient Egypt and the modern nation. Imagine the scene in the 1920s. A team of archaeologists works under the desert sun. Local workers carry baskets of sand, pouring them out in neat piles. Foremen call instructions. In the shade of a tent, scholars record notes, sketching walls, photographing artifacts. The pyramids rise in the background, silent and steady, while life unfolds around them in careful rhythm. Each basket of sand removed reveals another trace of the past. Each trace tells another story. The discoveries of this era transformed our understanding. The pyramids were no longer mysterious tombs built by slaves. They were national projects, sustained by organization, fed by agriculture, built by skilled and cared-for workers. They were not only about kings, but about communities. They were not only about eternity, but about daily life: bread, beer, work, rest. Topography and film carried these discoveries to the world. Images of the workers' village, of bakeries and cemeteries, appeared in books and magazines. The public, once fascinated by myths of slaves and treasures, now saw the human side of pyramid building. Ordinary men and women, whose names are mostly lost, stepped back into history through their homes, their tools, and their bones. The 20th century excavations remind us that the story of the pyramids is not finished. Each spade of sand removed, each wall uncovered, adds another detail. The story grows slowly, carefully, like the pyramid itself, stone by stone, fact by fact. It is not sudden revelation, but steady accumulation. And yet, through all this, the pyramids themselves remain unchanged. The workers' houses crumble, the tools rust, the cemeteries weather, but the pyramids endure, silent, immovable, steady. They absorb attention, absorb stories, absorb meaning. They remain, as they always have, calm and eternal. The rhythm of archaeology is the same as the rhythm of pyramid building. Slow, patient, repetitive, sand removed, notes taken, stones revealed. Just as blocks were placed one upon another, so too are facts recorded one upon another. And in that slow rhythm, there is calm, there is stillness, there is sleep. The pyramids have stood for more than 4,000 years. Through pharaohs and priests, through Greeks and Romans, through Arabs and Europeans, they have endured. But in the modern world, their meaning has expanded even further. They are no longer only Egyptian monuments. They are global symbols, appearing in books, films, paintings, and dreams. The image of the pyramid is simple. 4 sides, a square base, a point rising to the sky. Yet this simple form carries weight. To see a pyramid is to think of eternity, of mystery, of power. The modern imagination has taken this form and filled it with countless meanings. For some, the pyramid is a symbol of mystery unsolved. Writers of the 19th and 20th centuries speculated about hidden chambers, secret passages, lost treasures. Some imagined that the pyramids were not tombs at all, but repositories of ancient wisdom, libraries of stone preserving knowledge from vanished civilizations. Others suggested that they were aligned with constellations, not by chance, but by design, maps of the cosmos inscribed on Earth. For others, the pyramid became a symbol of geometry and perfection. Architects admired its proportions. Mathematicians studied its angles. Mystics saw in its shape a hidden energy, a power that could focus light, preserve objects, even influence the human spirit. The pyramid became not only a monument of history, but also a symbol of harmony, balance, and strength. In popular culture, the pyramids appear again and again. They are backdrops in films, from historical epics to science fiction. They appear in novels as sites of adventure, where explorers uncover hidden chambers. They feature in video games, where players climb their steps or solve their secrets. To millions of people who have never seen them in person, the pyramids are familiar through stories, images, and screens. Tourism has also given the pyramids new meaning. Each year, travelers from across the world arrive in Cairo and make their way to Giza. They ride buses, cars, even camels to the plateau. They stand at the base, craning their necks upward, cameras in hand. For many, this moment is not only sightseeing, it is pilgrimage. To stand before the pyramids is to stand before history itself, to feel small in the face of time. The pyramids have also entered the language of symbolism. On the back of the US dollar bill, a pyramid is shown, topped with an eye. To some, this represents divine providence, the eye of God watching over. To others, it suggests secret societies, hidden powers, unseen control. The pyramid here is not only Egyptian, it is universal, a shape carrying meaning beyond borders, beyond time. Imagine, for a moment, the modern traveler at Giza. He steps out of a bus, dust swirling around him. He looks up, sees the Great Pyramid rising, its sides weathered but immense. He takes a photograph, then another, then another. Children run nearby. Vendors call out. Camels wait for riders. The scene is busy, noisy, modern, and yet, above it all, the pyramid stands silent, steady, eternal. The traveler feels both present and distant, connected to the pharaohs, to the Greeks, to the countless others who have stood here before. The pyramids also inspire artists. Painters depict them under desert skies, bathed in golden light. Photographers capture them at sunrise, at sunset, beneath the stars. Writers use them as metaphors for ambition, endurance, mystery. Musicians reference them in songs, filmmakers in scenes, poets in lines. The pyramid is no longer only in Egypt, it is everywhere, carried by imagination. Yet, for all these new meanings, the pyramids remain what they have always been. Blocks of stone, stacked patiently, enduring silently. Their form is simple, but their presence is vast. They accept every story projected onto them, mystery, geometry, religion, power, and yet they remain unchanged. They do not answer questions. They do not confirm or deny theories. They simply stand. In this way, the pyramids teach a quiet lesson. Meaning shifts. Interpretations come and go. Eras rise and fall. But the stones endure. They absorb without reacting. They remain steady, calm, eternal. If you close your eyes, you can picture them now not in the desert of Giza, but in the vast desert of the imagination, rising against the sky, silent, immovable, eternal, a rhythm of stone that carries from age to age, from culture to culture, from thought to thought. And in that rhythm, in that steady presence, we too can find calm. The pyramid becomes not only a monument to kings, but a monument to stillness, a reminder that some things endure, quiet and unmoving, until our minds drift into the same silence, the same patience, the same sleep. In the modern world, the pyramids have inspired not only science, but also speculation. Alongside archaeologists and historians, there are dreamers, mystics, and theorists who see in the pyramids not tombs, but mysteries beyond explanation. These theories, often strange, often unproven, add yet another layer to the story of the pyramids. Some believe that the pyramids were never tombs at all, They argue that no mummies have been found inside the Great Pyramids of Giza. They suggest that the pyramids were built for another purpose, perhaps as giant machines, perhaps as symbols of knowledge, perhaps as something even stranger. In their silence, the pyramids allow such ideas to take root. One of the most popular modern theories is the idea of pyramid energy. According to this belief, the shape of the pyramid itself focuses energy from the Earth or the cosmos. Some claim that objects placed inside a pyramid remain preserved, that blades stay sharp, that plants grow better. Others imagine that sitting beneath a small pyramid can bring calm, healing, or even spiritual awakening. Science does not support these claims, but the pyramid's shape continues to invite such thoughts. Another widespread theory is that the pyramids were built with help from extraterrestrials. To many, the sheer size and precision seem impossible for ancient people with simple tools. They argue that advanced beings from other worlds must have guided, or even directly built, the pyramids. Books and films have spread this idea widely, turning the pyramids into symbols not only of ancient Egypt, but of cosmic connection. Archaeologists point to evidence of ramps, tools, and workers, but the theory endures, feeding the imagination. Some theories focus on astronomy, the alignment of the pyramids with the cardinal directions, their shafts pointing to Orion and other stars, lead some to believe they were part of a grand cosmic plan. Writers suggest that the pyramids form a map of the heavens on Earth, that they encode knowledge of the universe, that they connect humans to the stars. While much of this is speculation, the pyramid's orientation does show the care with which the ancient Egyptians looked to the sky. Others see secret wisdom hidden in the pyramids. They suggest that the stones hold encoded mathematics, that the dimensions reflect the value of pi, or the golden ratio, or even the circumference of the Earth. Some propose that the pyramids are time capsules, preserving knowledge from a lost civilization, waiting to be unlocked. Each stone becomes a symbol, each angle a code, each measure a message. Imagine, for a moment, a modern seeker entering the Great Pyramid. He stands in the darkness, flashlight in hand, convinced that hidden truths lie within. He measures the passage, writes down numbers, compares them to sacred texts. To him, the pyramid is not stone, but mystery. He leaves with more questions than answers, but also with a sense of awe. The pyramid has absorbed his curiosity, just as it has absorbed the curiosity of countless others. These alternative theories often tell us less about the pyramids themselves, and more about the people who imagine them. Each generation projects its hopes, its fears, its questions onto the silent stones. In the 19th century, they were seen as granaries of Joseph. In the 20th, as machines of energy or signals of aliens. The pyramids do not change. Our imaginations do. Poor archaeologists. These ideas may be frustrating. Evidence shows workers, villages, tools, inscriptions, records. The pyramids were built by human hands, through patience and organization. But the alternative theories remind us of another truth, that the pyramids are more than engineering. They are symbols. Their silence invites interpretation, even invention. Whether as tombs, as energy machines, as alien beacons, or as cosmic codes, the pyramids continue to inspire. They remind us that mystery itself is powerful, that unanswered questions can be as compelling as facts. And in this way, even the strangest theories keep the pyramids alive in imagination. And so, the rhythm continues. Scholars measure, mystics meditate, writers speculate, tourists climb. Each repeats their role, generation after generation. The pyramid accepts it, our questions, theories, beliefs without reply. It remains silent, steady, eternal. If you close your eyes, you can see them now, not as tombs, not as machines, not as alien artifacts, but simply as stone, immovable, calm, accepting every story we tell, and yet saying nothing. Their silence is deeper than any theory, and in that silence, the mind finds stillness, the body finds rest, and sleep comes gently. In the modern age, the pyramids have traveled far beyond the desert of Giza. They appear in films, in novels, in comic books, in video games. They appear on posters, postcards, souvenirs, advertisements. They are no longer only monuments of Egypt. They are icons of the world, instantly recognizable, endlessly reproduced. Cinema has embraced them again and again. In historical films, the pyramids rise in the background as pharaohs march with golden crowns, as priests chant before altars, as workers drag stones beneath the sun. In adventure films, the pyramids become sites of mystery-hidden chambers, cursed treasures, ancient traps waiting for explorers. In science fiction, they are reimagined as alien machines, cosmic signals, gateways to other worlds. The stone becomes a stage for stories of every kind. Literature has also claimed the pyramids. Novelists describe them in sweeping detail, using them as backdrops for romance, tragedy, or exploration. Mystery writers imagine secret societies hiding truths within their stones. Poets write of their silence, their endurance, their immovable presence. For every writer, the pyramid means something different, a symbol of power, a riddle, a metaphor for time. Tourism has transformed the pyramids into destinations not only for scholars, but for millions of visitors. Travelers from every continent arrive at Giza each year. They ride buses and cars from Cairo. They hire camels and horses to circle the monuments. They climb onto the lower courses of stone, posing for photographs. Vendors sell postcards, jewelry, and trinkets. The pyramids become both sacred and commercial, both ancient and modern. For many visitors, the experience is overwhelming. Standing at the base of the Great Pyramid, they tilt their heads back, eyes straining upward. The stone rises above them, weathered but immense. The desert stretches out around them. The city hums in the distance. In that moment, they feel both small and connected small in the face of eternity, connected to a history that stretches beyond memory. The pyramids also appear in advertising and branding. Their simple shape makes them perfect symbols. Companies use them to suggest stability, strength, tradition. Hotels, restaurants, and businesses borrow their image to evoke Egypt's allure. Even far from Cairo, the pyramid appears on billboards, logos, and packaging, transformed from monument to marketing. In video games, the pyramids are playgrounds for imagination. Players climb their steps, solve puzzles inside their chambers, battle enemies in their shadows. Virtual worlds recreate Giza in detail, allowing people to explore the monuments from their living rooms. The pyramid becomes both ancient and digital, a space of history and entertainment at once. Imagine, for a moment, a cinema screen in the mid-20th century. The lights dim, the audience grows quiet. On the screen, the desert appears, sand stretching endlessly, sun blazing. Then, in the distance, the pyramids rise. The music swells, gasps ripple through the crowd. They are not in Cairo, but they feel as though they are. The pyramid has crossed oceans, entered theaters, become part of shared imagination. The pyramids also serve as metaphors in modern speech. People speak of building a pyramid of knowledge, or of the pyramid of society, wide at the base, narrow at the top. The shape itself has become a model for ideas, for structures, for hierarchies. Even when far from Egypt, the pyramid continues to shape thought. In this way, the pyramids are both eternal and new. Eternal because they endure in stone. New because each generation finds new uses, new meanings, new stories. They are as present in the desert as they are on movie screens, as present in Cairo as they are in advertising, as present in history as they are in fantasy. Peer, and yet, for all these images, the pyramids themselves remain silent. They do not move for films. They do not change for novels. They do not shrink for tourists. They accept the cameras, the pens, the games, the souvenirs. They absorb it all, unchanged, steady, eternal. If you close your eyes, you can see them not in the desert, but in the mind, projected on a screen, printed in a book, pictured on a postcard, rendered in pixels, always the same, always recognizable, always calm. They move from context to context, but their form endures. The pyramid in popular culture is no less mysterious than the pyramid in history. It continues the same rhythm, appearance, repetition, reinterpretation. Each story is new, but the shape is the same. And in that repetition, we find calm. Calm that mirrors the patience of the stones. Calm that carries us slowly toward silence, toward stillness, toward sleep. Today, the pyramids of Giza stand at the edge of a vast and busy city. Cairo stretches toward them, its traffic and buildings pressing closer each year. Yet, when one arrives at the plateau, the scene changes. The air feels different. The desert stretches outward, and there, rising from the sand, the pyramids wait silent, immense, eternal. Tourism brings millions of visitors to this site every year. They come from every corner of the world, speaking every language, carrying cameras, phones, and guidebooks. Some arrive in groups, following tours leaders who raise small flags above the crowd. Others arrive alone, stepping away from the noise to gaze in silence. Each visitor brings their own expectations, their own stories, their own sense of awe. At the entrance, buses unload passengers. Vendors call out, offering souvenirs, scarabs carved from stone, papyrus painted with hieroglyphs, necklaces shaped like pyramids. Camels and horses wait with their handlers, ready to carry tourists across the sand. Guides call out, promising the best photographs, the best views, the best memories. The plateau is alive with voices, with movement, with energy. And yet, above it all, the pyramids remain unmoved. The Great Pyramid towers over the scene, its sides weathered, its summit broken, but its form still unmistakable. Khufu's pyramid rises nearby, its upper casing stones still clinging, white against the blue sky. Menkaur's smaller pyramid stands beside them, accompanied by the pyramids of queens. Together, they dominate the horizon, as they have for thousands of years. Visitors walk to the base, place their hands on the stone, and feel the rough surface warm beneath the sun. Some take photographs, posing with outstretched arms, as if touching the tip from afar. Others simply stand in silence, their eyes tracing the sharp lines upward. The experience is both ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary because the pyramids are open to all. Extraordinary because to stand before them is to stand before time itself. Inside, passages still allow entry. Narrow corridors descend into the darkness, lit by lamps fixed along the walls. The air grows cooler, heavier. Steps echo in the silence. Visitors stoop, crawl, and climb until they reach chambers deep within. For many, the experience is unforgettable not because of treasures or decorations, but because of the weight of the stone, the closeness of the walls, the sense of standing inside eternity. Outside, the Sphinx lies nearby, its body stretched across the sand, its face weathered but still watching. Tourists gather at its base, taking photographs, listening to guides recount legends of its origin. Like the pyramids, the Sphinx endures, a companion to the silent triangles of stone. Modern tourism also brings challenges. The crowds are vast. The monuments face erosion, pollution, and pressure from the city. Conservation efforts continue. Egyptian authorities work to protect the site, to stabilize the stone, to manage visitors. The pyramids, though immense, are not invulnerable. They require care, even after 4.5 millennia. Still, the fascination does not fade. For many, visiting the pyramids is a dream fulfilled. Children read of them in books, see them in films, imagine them in classrooms. Adults carry those dreams until they arrive at Giza, where imagination and reality meet. The moment of standing at the base, of looking upward, of touching the stone, becomes a memory carried for a lifetime. Imagine the scene at sunset. The sky turns orange, then pink, then deep blue. The pyramids cast long shadows across the desert. The crowds thin, the voices fade. A few last visitors linger, taking photographs, whispering quietly. the air cools. The desert grows still. The pyramids remain, as they have for centuries, silent against the darkening sky. The experience of Giza today is both modern and timeless. Buses, cameras, vendors, and guides belong to the present. The stone, the shape, the silence belong to eternity. Together they create a rhythm noise and quiet, movement and stillness, novelty and permanence, a rhythm that repeats each day as the sun rises, as the sun sets, as visitors come and go. And in that rhythm, the pyramids remind us of something simple. Life changes, cities grow, crowds gather, technology advances. But some things endure, some things remain steady. Some things, like the pyramids, carry silence through centuries. If you close your eyes, you can imagine yourself there standing in the desert. The stone beneath your hand, the horizon wide, the air still. You breathe slowly, steadily. The pyramids rise above you, calm, immovable. And in their calm, you find your own. In the 21st century, the pyramids continue to draw attention. But today, the tools are different. Where once explorers carried torches and notebooks, scientists now bring lasers, drones, and particle detectors. The pyramids, silent as ever, are studied with technologies that their builders could never have imagined. Yet the rhythm of discovery remains the same: slow, careful, repetitive. One of the most powerful tools is 3D scanning. Using lasers, scientists measure the surface of the pyramids with extraordinary precision. Every block, every angle, every crack is recorded in digital forms. Computers create models that allow researchers to see the monuments in new ways. With these models, they can track erosion, plan conservation, and even reconstruct how the pyramids once looked. The gleaming casing stones, the sharp edges, the smooth sides all can be imagined again through data. Another modern tool is drone photography. Small machines flying above the desert capture images from angles once impossible. They sweep across the plateau, recording pyramids, temples, and tombs. From the air, the monuments appear as part of a larger landscape, connected by causeways, aligned with the Nile, oriented to the stars. What once required balloons or towers can now be done with buzzing drones, their cameras steady, their vision wide. Perhaps the most surprising technology comes from particle physics. Scientists have used muon detection particles from cosmic rays that pass through stone to scan the interior of the Great Pyramid. Detectors placed inside measure the flow of muons, revealing where stone is dense and where it is empty. In 2017, researchers announced the discovery of a previously unknown void within the pyramid, a space hidden for more than 4,000 years. Its purpose remains unclear. Is it a chamber, a construction gap, a passage? The pyramid holds its silence, but the discovery shows that even today, secrets remain. Thermal imaging has also been applied. By measuring heat on the pyramid's surface, scientists detect differences that suggest cavities or variations inside. Some stones warm faster in the sun, others stay cool, revealing hidden patterns. Each reading adds another detail, another clue, another piece of the puzzle. Conservation science also plays a role. The pyramids, though immense, are vulnerable. Wind, sand, pollution, and tourism take their toll. Modern researchers study the stone itself, analyzing its composition, testing methods to protect it. They monitor cracks, reinforce weak points, and plan restorations. Their work is not dramatic, but it is vital. Without it, the monuments would suffer. With it, they endure. Imagine the scene today. A team of scientists sets up equipment at the base of the Great Pyramid. Laptops glow in the desert sun. Wires connect detectors. A drone hums overhead, circling slowly. The pyramid rises behind them, silent and unchanged. The scientists measure, record, analyze. They speak quietly, check their instruments, take notes. Their work is precise, repetitive, patient, just like the work of the builders long ago. These technologies do not end the mystery, they deepen it. Each discovery raises new questions. The voids inside the Great Pyramid invite speculation. The measurements of alignment suggest skill beyond expectation. The erosion of stone reveals the passage of time, but also the challenge of preservation. The pyramids remain what they have always been, both known and unknown, explained and mysterious, studied and silent. For the public, these modern studies spark imagination. News of a hidden chamber spreads quickly, filling newspapers and screens. Images from drones appear online, shared across the world. 3D models allow anyone, anywhere, to explore the pyramids virtually. The monuments, once distant, become accessible to all. The desert silence carries into the digital age. And yet, despite all this technology, the pyramids do not change. They remain stone, immovable, eternal. The lasers scan. The drones circle. The detectors hum. The pyramids endure, accepting every measurement without reply. Their silence remains deeper than the data. The modern science of the pyramids shows us that discovery is not sudden revelation, but steady accumulation. Each scan, each reading, each photograph adds a layer. The work is slow, careful, repetitive. It is the same rhythm as the building of the pyramids themselves. Block upon block, detail upon detail, patience upon patience. If you close your eyes, you can picture it now. Scientists kneeling in the sand, screens glowing, a drone buzzing softly above. The pyramid rising, silent, eternal, accepting the gaze of technology, just as it once accepted the gaze of priests, travelers, and explorers. The rhythm is the same. The calm is the same. The silence is the same. And in that silence, the mind drifts, steady and slow, into rest. In recent decades, archaeologists have returned again and again to the plateau of Giza, not only to study the pyramids themselves, but to uncover the lives of the people who built them. What they have found confirms what many suspected and challenges old myths. The pyramids were not built by slaves dragged in chains. They were built by organized teams of workers, supported by villages, bakeries, breweries, and administrators. The stones may be silent, but the ground around them still speaks. Excavations near the pyramids have revealed vast areas of settlement. Rows of mud brick houses, once filled with families, line the desert floor. Narrow rooms, simple courtyards, small hearths, these were the homes of the builders. Nearby, archaeologists found larger structures, perhaps for overseers, perhaps for administrators. The village was planned, efficient, capable of housing thousands. The bakeries tell another story. Dozens of round ovens, still darkened with soot, stand in neat rows. Ash and charred remains show that they once produced bread in vast quantities. Not a few loaves, not a few hundred, but thousands each day. The bread was coarse, heavy, filling. It provided the energy for hauling, for lifting, for cutting. Without bread, the stones would not move. Beside the bakeries stood breweries, large vats, clay-lined and still bearing traces of fermentation, once produced beer in abundance. Beer was not luxury, it was staple. Workers drank it daily, thick and nourishing, both food and refreshment. Each vat could supply dozens of men. Each day, the cycle repeated: grain ground, dough baked, beer brewed, rations distributed. Cemeteries revealed another dimension. Graves of workers, buried with care, showed bones worn by heavy labor, backs bent, joints damaged, muscles strained. Yet the skeletons also showed healing. Broken bones had been set, injuries had been treated. These were not slaves discarded at death, but men valued for their work, buried near the monuments they helped to raise. Artifacts add more detail. Copper chisels worn to stubs, stone pounders smooth from use, wooden sledges broken by heavy loads, rope fragments twisted from plant fibers. Each tool is ordinary, none is magical, but multiplied by thousands, repeated for decades, they became the instruments that built eternity. The logistics were immense. Grain had to be harvested, transported, stored, baked, and distributed. Meat had to be raised, slaughtered, cooked, and shared. Tools had to be made, repaired, replaced. Stones had to be quarried, shaped, hauled, and set. All of this required not only workers, but overseers, scribes, and administrators. Records scratched on shards of limestone list deliveries, absences, rations. Bureaucracy lay beneath the stone, invisible but essential. Imagine the scene of a working day. The sun rises, workers gather in groups, their names recorded by scribes. Rations of bread and beer are distributed. Teams move to the quarry, to the transport ramps, to the construction site. Overseers shout instructions. Stone sledges groan as ropes tighten. Men strain, step by step, hauling the weight forward. At the bakeries, ovens glow. Smoke rises. At the breweries, vats bubble. The rhythm is endless, repeated each day, each season, each year. Recent discoveries also revealed the names of work crews. Graffiti carved into blocks mention groups with names like the Friends of Khufu or the Drunkards of Mengar. These names show pride, humor, camaraderie. The workers were not faceless masses. They were teams, with identities, with bonds, with stories. Their names remain scratched in stone, echoes of voices long gone. The logistics extended beyond Giza. Farms along the Nile supplied grain and barley. Herds supplied meat. Boats carried loads across the river. Canals brought goods to docks near the plateau. The entire land of Egypt contributed to the project. The pyramid was not only the work of a single site, it was the work of a nation. And yet, for all this organization, the rhythm was slow. No sudden leaps, no bursts of miracle, just steady work, repeated endlessly. Bread baked, beer brewed, stone hauled, block set, over and over, until millions of stones rose into the desert sky. These excavations remind us that the pyramids are not only monuments of kings, but monuments of people. Ordinary men, women, and children supported the work. Their labor, their food, their tools, their organizational were necessary. The pyramid is as much their story as it is the story of pharaohs. And still, the pyramids endure. The houses crumble, the ovens collapse, the tools rust. But the pyramids remain silent, steady. They carry within them not only the names of kings, but the echoes of workers, the rhythm of daily life, a rhythm of patience, of repetition, of endless calm. If you close your eyes, you can hear it even now. The scrape of stone on stone, the crackle of bread in the oven, the bubbling of beer in vats, the murmur of scribes counting rations, the chant of workers hauling together, a rhythm steady, unbroken, eternal, the same rhythm that carries us into stillness, into calm, into sleep. The pyramids have stood for more than 45 centuries. They have endured wind and sand, flood and drought, empire and conquest. Yet even monuments of stone are not immune to time. In the modern era, the challenge is no longer building the pyramids, but preserving them. Conservation has become the silent labor of our age, as steady and repetitive as the hauling of stones in the past. Erosion is the first enemy. Wind carries sand across the desert, scraping the surfaces of the pyramids grain by grain. Rain is rare, but when it falls, water seeps into cracks, loosening the stone. Heat expands the blocks by day. Cool air contracts them by night. This cycle repeats endlessly, weakening joints, widening fissures, softening edges that were once sharp. Pollution is another threat. Cairo, with its millions of residents, stretches toward Giza. Smoke, exhaust, and dust fill the air. Chemicals settle on the stone, corroding surfaces. Vibrations from traffic and construction add strain. The pyramids, once far from human settlement, now stand beside a modern city, exposed to pressures their builders could never have imagined. Tourism, too, leaves its mark. Millions of visitors touch the stone each year, their hands wearing surfaces smooth. Feet climb onto blocks, leaving traces of pressure. Inside the pyramids, the breath of countless visitors raises humidity, leaving moisture on walls that were once dry for millennia. Flashlights, cameras, and footsteps disturb chambers that had long been silent. Conservation teams work steadily to meet these challenges. Engineers monitor cracks, measuring movement over time. Archaeologists study erosion, recording the loss of surface detail. Chemists test coatings and treatments, searching for ways to protect stone without harming it. Guards and guides manage the flow of tourists, limiting access, redirecting crowds, balancing preservation with experience. International cooperation also plays a role. UNESCO and other organizations support projects to stabilize and protect the monuments. Experts from many countries share techniques, bringing new tools to ancient stone. Drones monitor from above. Lasers map the smallest fractures. Sensors measure vibration and moisture. Each detail adds to the knowledge needed to protect the pyramids. Imagine the work of a conservationist at Giza today. He kneels at the base of the pyramid, placing sensors along a crack. The sun beats down, but he works slowly, carefully, patiently. Each reading is written in a notebook. Each measurement is stored in a computer. Around him, tourists walk, cameras clicking. Above him, the pyramid rises, silent, steady, eternal. His work is quiet, repetitive, unglamorous, yet it is vital. Conservation is not a single act. It is a rhythm. Clean, measure, record, stabilize, test, monitor, day after day, year after year. Just as the pyramids were built stone by stone, they are preserved action by action. No miracle, no sudden solution, no new patience. The challenge is balance. The pyramids belong to the world. Millions want to see them, to touch them, to stand in their presence. Yet each visitor adds strain. To protect the pyramids, limits must be set. Access must be controlled. Some areas must remain closed. The guardians of the pyramids must weigh preservation against experience, eternity against the present. Despite the threats, the pyramids endure. Their cores are strong, their weight immense. They have outlasted empires, and they may outlast us. But their survival is not automatic. It requires effort, care, and vigilance. Just as workers once hauled stones in endless repetition, modern conservators labor in endless cycles, holding back the slow hand of time. If you close your eyes, you can imagine this rhythm, the sound of sand brushing against stone, the scratch of a pencil recording measurements, the hum of a drone overhead, the murmur of tourists passing by. The pyramid accepts it all, silent and steady, as it always has. The conservation of the pyramids reminds us that nothing is truly eternal. Even monuments of stone need care. Even symbols of eternity need protection. And yet, in that care, in that protection, in that endless rhythm of attention, the pyramids continue. They remain calm and immovable, carrying their silence forward. And in that silence, as in the slow patience of conservation, we too can find calm. A reminder that endurance is not sudden, but steady. That protection is not dramatic, but repetitive. That life itself, like the pyramids, continues block by block, moment by moment, until stillness leads us gently into rest. The pyramids are not only Egyptian monuments, they are world monuments. They belong to humanity as a whole. For this reason, their study and their preservation have become international efforts. No single team, no single country can protect them alone. The weight of time is too great. The challenges are too vast. And so, nations, universities, and organizations join together, sharing knowledge, tools, and resources. UNESCO has long recognized the pyramids as part of the world's cultural heritage. Their listing as a World Heritage Site in 1979 acknowledged their global importance. This status brings not only prestige, but also responsibility. International funding, training, and expertise flow into Egypt, supporting local teams in their work. The pyramids are Egyptian, but they are also universal, cared for by all. Projects such as Scan Pyramids, launched in 2015, show what collaboration can achieve. Teams from Egypt, France, Japan, and Canada joined forces to apply advanced technologies, one detection, infrared thermography, 3D scanning. Their work revealed hidden voids in the Great Pyramid, reminding the world that even after millennia, secrets remain. Such projects prove that the future of archaeology is not in isolation, but in cooperation. Do universities across the world also contribute? Scholars from America, Europe, and Asia work alongside Egyptian archaeologists, excavating, cataloging, and publishing. Laboratories far from Cairo analyze stone samples, study pigments, test conservation methods. Conferences bring experts together, sharing results, debating theories, refining methods. The pyramids, once silent, now speak in dozens of languages through the voices of those who study them. Training is another key element. Egyptian archaeologists, conservators, and students work with international teams, gaining access to new tools and techniques. In turn, they provide knowledge of local traditions, history, and context. The exchange is mutual, strengthening the global community of Egyptology. The pyramids benefit not only from science, but also from shared stewardship. Imagine the scene of a modern project. A tent stands at the edge of the plateau, filled with computers and equipment. Inside, scientists from different countries speak in different languages, their voices blending in quiet discussions. Screens glow with images of the pyramid scans, maps, charts, data. Outside, the monument itself rises, steady and silent, watching as nations gather in its shadow. The work is calm, careful, repetitive. It is science, but it is also a continuation of history. The future of pyramid research lies not only in technology, but also in preservation. Climate change threatens the monuments with rising heat, shifting winds, and unpredictable weather. Population growth in Cairo pushes the city ever closer to the plateau. Tourism continues to bring pressure. To meet these challenges, global cooperation will be essential. Digital technology also opens new possibilities. Virtual reality allows anyone, anywhere, to explore the pyramids in detail. 3D models preserve their form for future generations, even if the stone itself should suffer. Online databases share inscriptions, photographs, and measurements freely. Knowledge, once limited to scholars, now flows across the world, open to all who wish to learn. For Egypt itself, the pyramids remain central to national identity. Protecting them is not only about science or tourism. It is about heritage, memory, and pride. International collaboration must respect this, ensuring that the monuments remain in Egyptian hands, cared for by Egyptians, even as the world contributes support. The future will bring more discoveries, new voids, new inscriptions, new artifacts still wait beneath sand and stone. Each will be revealed not in sudden leaps, but in steady steps, measurements, excavations, publications. The rhythm will remain the same, slow, careful, repetitive, and through it all, the pyramids themselves will endure, silent, steady, immovable. They accept the gaze of scientists, the care of conservators, the curiosity of visitors. They absorb every effort without reply. They remain calm, as they always have. If you close your eyes, you can see the future unfolding. Teams from many nations gathered in the desert, instruments humming softly, drones circling overhead, computers glowing in the shade of a tent, and above it all, the Great Pyramid rising, unchanged, eternal. The work continues, the rhythm repeats, the silence endures. The collaboration of today ensures the endurance of tomorrow. Just as the pyramids were built block by block, they will be preserved effort by effort, generation by generation. In this steady rhythm, humanity shows its care, its patience, its respect. And in that rhythm, we too find calm. Calm that leads to stillness, stillness that leads to silence, silence that leads slowly, gently, into sleep. The pyramids are ancient, but the debates around them are very modern. In books, in films, on television, and especially on the internet, they continue to inspire not only admiration, but also disagreement. Some argue about how they were built. Some argue about who built them. Some argue about what they mean. The silence of the pyramids invites voices, and those voices often clash. One of the loudest controversies concerns conspiracy theories. For some, the pyramids cannot possibly have been built by human hands. They argue that the precision is too great, the stones too heavy, the alignment too perfect. Instead, they suggest that secret technologies, perhaps lost, perhaps hidden, were used. Others go further, claiming that the pyramids were built with help from extraterrestrials. Television programs repeat these ideas, showing images of spaceships above the desert, suggesting that the monuments are not human, but alien. Archaeologists present evidence of ramps, tools, and worker villages, but the theories endure. They spread because the pyramids are silent, and silence allows imagination to run free. Another debate concerns the identity of the builders. For centuries, myths spread that the pyramids were built by slaves. Modern excavations show otherwise. Worker villages, bakeries, and cemeteries reveal that the builders were laborers, fed, housed, and cared for. They were not chained, but organized. Yet the myth of slaves persists, repeated in films, in textbooks, in casual speech. It shapes how people imagine Egypt, and it shapes how people imagine history. The controversy lies not in evidence, but in memory. Appropriation also enters the debate. The pyramids are Egyptian, built by Egyptians, cared for by Egyptians. Yet for centuries, foreigners claimed them, studied them, carried away their artifacts. European museums filled with Egyptian objects. Western scholars wrote the histories. In recent years, Egyptians have argued more strongly for ownership of their past. They insist that the pyramids are not just world monuments, but national monuments. They belong first to the people whose ancestors built them. This tension between global heritage and national pride continues, quiet but steady. Even within science, debates persist. Archaeologists disagree about details about the exact methods of construction, about the functions of certain chambers, about the meaning of alignments. Some argue that ramps ran straight, others that they spiraled. Some argue that chambers were symbolic, others that they were structural. Each side presents evidence. Each side writes articles. Each side defends its view. The debates are not hostile, but they are persistent. The pyramids remain not only monuments, but puzzles. Imagine the scene of a television debate. One guest insists that aliens built the pyramids. Another insists that ancient Egyptians did. A third insists that both are wrong, that the real secret lies in mathematics or lost wisdom. Voices rise, hands gesture, cameras record, millions watch. The pyramids, meanwhile, remain silent, steady, unmoved. They do not answer. They do not confirm. They do not deny. They simply endure. The internet has amplified these controversies. Videos, articles, and posts spread theories to millions. Some celebrate the pyramids as human triumphs. Others dismiss that view, insisting on mysteries beyond explanation. Each side finds followers. Each side repeats its message. The pyramids absorb it all, calm as ever. For Egyptologists, the controversies are both a challenge and an opportunity. They must correct misinformation, showing evidence of workers, villages, tools, and inscriptions. But they also recognize that the fascination, even when misdirected, keeps the pyramids alive in imagination. Better to have debate than silence. Better to have controversy than forgetfulness. The controversies remind us of something simple. The pyramids are not just stone, they are symbols. Symbols can be claimed, debated, reshaped, reinterpreted. They carry more than history. They carry meaning. And meaning is always contested. And yet, despite all the arguments, all the theories, all the claims, the pyramids themselves remain unchanged. They do not reveal their secrets. They do not silence their critics. They do not favor one theory over another. They remain silent, steady, eternal. If you close your eyes, you can hear the rhythm of debate voices rising, voices falling, arguments repeating. And beneath that rhythm, deeper, quieter, steadier, is the silence of the pyramids, the silence that outlasts noise, the silence that calms, the silence that carries us slowly, gently, into sleep. In the modern era, the pyramids are more than monuments. They are also destinations. Each year, millions of people travel to Giza. They come with cameras, with guidebooks, with hopes and dreams. They come to see what they have read about in books, what they have seen in films, what they have imagined since childhood. Tourism surrounds the pyramids like a second desert less of sand, more of people. And with this comes debate. Tourism brings money. Egypt's economy depends in part on visitors. Hotels, restaurants, guides, and vendors earn their living from those who come to see the pyramids. Souvenirs are sold, rides are offered, photographs are taken. For many families, this income is vital. Without tourism, life in Cairo and Giza would be more difficult. The pyramids, ancient though they are, remain part of the living economy. But tourism also brings pressure. Crowds wear down paths. Feet climb onto stones, smoothing surfaces that have already endured millennia of erosion. Inside the pyramids, humidity rises from human breath. The chambers, once dry for thousands of years, grow damp. Moisture settles, salts crystallize, stone weakens. The presence of millions of people leaves its mark, invisible day by day, but heavy across decades. There are also debates about access. Some argue that visitors should be free to experience the pyramids closely, to walk along their sides, to enter their chambers, to touch their stones. Others argue that protection must come first, that barriers should keep hands and feet away, that access should be limited. Each side seeks balance, experience against preservation, the present against the future. The economic dimension deepens the debate. Tourism is vital to Egypt. To restrict access too heavily could harm livelihoods, reduce income, weaken an industry that supports millions. But to leave access to open could harm the monuments, perhaps irreparably. The pyramid, once again, becomes more than stone. It becomes a point of negotiation between economy and heritage. Conservationists argue for limits. They propose timed entries, reduced numbers, guided tours only. They argue for virtual access 3D models, digital reconstructions, online tours. In this way, millions can see without millions touching. But others argue that nothing can replace the experience of standing at the base, looking upward, feeling the stone beneath one's hand. Debate continues, steady and unresolved. Imagine the scene on a busy day at Giza. Buses line the parking lot. Groups move across the sand, following guides with raised umbrellas. Vendors call out, selling water, scarves, trinkets. Camels kneel, waiting for riders. Children run, laughter carrying in the air. Tourists line up at the entrance of the Great Pyramid, ducking into the narrow passage. Inside, the air grows thick. Voices echo. A guard stands watch, counting, reminding. Outside, the stone absorbs it all, silent, unmoved. Pollution adds another layer. Traffic around Cairo contributes dust and chemicals. Airborne particles settle on the pyramids, darkening their surfaces, eating into their stone. Conservationists warn of damage. but the city continues to grow. Factories, cars, and homes expand toward the plateau. The debate is not only about visitors, but about neighbors. How close should modern life come to ancient eternity? Some suggest building protective structures, shelters, domes, barriers. Others reject this, arguing that the pyramids belong under the open sky, as they have for millennia. Some propose moving tourism infrastructure further away, leaving the plateau quiet. Others point out that the crowds will always come, and that managing them is more realistic than trying to prevent them. The arguments repeat without final answer. For Egyptians, the issue is personal. The pyramids are symbols of identity, of history, of pride. To protect them is to protect more than stone. It is to protect memory. But to share them is also important. To open them to the world is to invite recognition, respect, and economic support. The tension is constant. Protect and share, limit and allow, preserve and display. And yet, for all these debates, the pyramids remain. Crowds gather, stones absorb, cars pass, sand shifts. Scientists measure, vendors sell, tourists photograph. The pyramids do not change. They do not argue. They do not choose sides. They endure, calm, silent, eternal. If you close your eyes, you can hear the rhythm of the plateau today, the murmur of tourists, the call of vendors, the creak of camels, the click of cameras. Beneath it all, deeper and quieter, is the silence of the pyramids. That silence remains steady and calm, carrying us beyond noise, beyond debate, beyond into stillness, into rest, into sleep. The pyramids are not only monuments of stone, they are also symbols of heritage. They represent Egypt's ancient past, but they also represent questions of ownership, of identity, of pride. In the modern world, debates about cultural property often begin in the shadow of the pyramids. Who owns the past? Who has the right to keep it, to display it, to profit from it? The questions are steady, persistent, unresolved during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Many artifacts left Egypt. Statues, papyri, mummies, even blocks of stone were carried to museums in Europe and America. Some were purchased. Some were given as gifts. Many were taken without permission. Today, they rest in glass cases, far from the desert, admired by millions of visitors each year. To some, this is sharing. To others, it is theft. Egyptian authorities have called for the return of certain treasures. Among the most famous is the Rosetta Stone, discovered by the French but seized by the British. Now in the British Museum. Another is the bust of Nefertiti, found in 1912 and taken to Germany, where it remains in Berlin. These objects are not pyramids, but they are linked to the same heritage, the same story. For Egypt, they belong to the land where they were made. For foreign museums, they belong to the world, preserved and displayed for all. The debate is not only political, it is also academic. Scholars argue about access. Objects in Cairo may be difficult for foreign researchers to study. Objects in London, Paris, or Berlin may be more easily available, published, digitized, shared. Yet the heart of the matter is emotional. For Egyptians, to see their heritage abroad can feel like loss. To reclaim, it feels like justice. Some propose compromise, long-term loans, shared exhibitions, rotating displays. In this way, the world can still see Egypt's treasures, but Egypt remains recognized as their rightful owner. Others argue for full restitution, insisting that only return can correct the imbalance of the past. Museums resist, fearing empty galleries, but the calls grow louder. The pyramids themselves cannot be moved. They are too vast, too heavy, too eternal. But their image, their symbolism, their artifacts travel. Tourists carry photographs. Museums carry relics. The question is always the same. Where should the pieces of Egypt's past belong? Imagine the scene of a museum gallery in Europe. Visitors walk quietly, reading labels. Behind glass, a fragment of stone shows hieroglyphs carved 4,000 years ago. A child presses her hand to the glass, whispering questions. The label says Egypt, but the stone rests in Paris, or London, or Berlin. Outside, the city is busy, far from the Nile, far from the desert. The pyramid is not there, yet its presence is felt. Egyptian officials speak often of heritage. They remind the world that the pyramids are not just history. They are identity. They belong to a living culture, not a vanished one. The builders are gone, but their descendants remain. Two separate objects from Egypt is, in their view, to separate history from its people. The debate repeats itself, steady and unresolved. Museums defend. Governments demand. Scholars argue. The pyramids listen in silence. They have seen treasures come and go, carried away by conquerors, by collectors, by scientists. They have seen them demanded back. Through it all, the pyramids endure. Restitution is more than law. It is more than politics. It is about memory. To return an artifact is to restore a piece of the story. To keep it abroad is to share it with the world. Both sides speak of value. Both sides speak of respect. The balance is delicate, the outcome uncertain. And yet, for all the debates, the pyramids themselves remain unchanged. They do not move, they do not travel, they do not leave. They stand where they have always stood, in the desert, above the Nile, beneath the sky. They are the immovable core of Egypt's heritage, steady against time, steady against controversy. If you close your eyes, you can hear the rhythm of this debate. Words spoken in Parliament, in museums, in conferences, papers written, petitions signed, letters exchanged, a rhythm of demand and reply, of claim and defense, of silence between words. And beneath it all, the deeper rhythm, the steady silence of the pyramids, calm, immovable, eternal, beyond science, beyond tourism, beyond politics. The pyramids also inspire questions of spirit. They are not only monuments of stone, they are symbols of eternity. They raise questions about life, about death, about meaning itself. For many in the modern world, the pyramids are more than history. They are mirrors for human thought, reflecting our deepest concerns. Some see the pyramids as symbols of identity. For Egyptians, they are reminders of a glorious past, of ancestors who achieved greatness. They are proof of continuity, linking modern life to ancient tradition. For others around the world, the pyramids symbolize humanity's capacity to dream, to plan, to build. They show what human hands, working together, can accomplish. In this way, the pyramids belong both to a nation and to a species. Others see them as symbols of eternity. They have outlasted empires, outlasted languages, outlasted beliefs. Their endurance suggests permanence in a world of change. To stand before them is to feel time stretched beyond imagination, to feel one's own life as small, brief, fragile. The pyramid does not move, we do. The pyramid does not fade, we fade. And yet, in their endurance, there is comfort. Something remains. Something endures. Philosophers reflect on the pyramid as a metaphor. Its base is wide, its summit narrow. Some see in this the structure of society, many at the bottom, few at the top. Others see in it the structure of knowledge facts supporting ideas, ideas supporting wisdom, wisdom leading to truth. Others see in it the structure of life itself, childhood broad and open, adulthood narrower, old age pointed toward the end. The shape is simple, but its meanings are infinite. Spiritual seekers often imagine the pyramids as places of power. Some meditate within their chambers, believing the shape itself focuses energy. Others see them as symbols of ascension, of rising from earth to sky, from body to spirit, from life to eternity. The alignment with stars, the connection with the sun, the geometry of the formal invite reflection, all invite belief. Imagine a modern pilgrim standing at the base of the Great Pyramid. He is not a tourist with a camera. He is not a scientist with a notebook. He is a seeker, standing in silence, eyes closed, hands resting on the stone. He breathes slowly, feeling the weight of the monument, the warmth of the sun, the stillness of the desert. For him, the pyramid is not a tomb, it is a temple. It is not history, it is presence. Writers also find philosophy in the pyramids. Some describe them as symbols of ambition, proof of what rulers will do to grasp eternity. Others describe them as symbols of humility, reminders that even kings become dust, while stone remains. Some describe them as symbols of mystery, questions that endure without answers. Each interpretation says as much about the writer as it does about the pyramid. The pyramids also inspire reflection on humanity itself. They remind us of our capacity to organize, to imagine, to endure. They remind us that great works are not the product of individuals alone, but of communities. Thousands of workers, fed and housed, placed stones one upon another until eternity rose above the desert. The pyramid is not only a monument to kings, it is a monument to cooperation, to persistence, to shared purpose. And yet, for all the philosophy, all the spirituality, all the meaning, the pyramids themselves remain silent. They do not explain. They do not confirm. They do not deny. They are not temples of philosophy. They are not libraries of wisdom. They are stone, stone that endures, stone that accepts every meaning without reply. If you close your eyes, you can hear the rhythm of these reflections, the words of philosophers, the prayers of seekers, the thoughts of tourists standing in silence. Each is different, each is personal, yet all are absorbed by the same monument. The pyramid listens, but does not speak. It receives, but does not return. It remains steady and calm. The debates about meaning remind us that mystery itself is valuable. Not every question must be answered. Not every symbol must be fixed. The pyramid's silence is not emptiness. It is fullness. It is space for thought, for reflection, for rest. And in that rest, we find calm. Calm that carries us beyond history, beyond controversy, beyond philosophy. Calm that is steady, patient, eternal. Calm that leads, slowly and gently, into sleep.